Hello everybody and welcome back to the World Series Endurance Championship here in 2022. We have made the trip over to Italy and Monza, of course. This circuit, what lacks in elevation, makes for in speed. The Temple of Speed, some will call it, with its chicanes challenging and very narrow indeed to challenge the drivers around the 4-hour race we have here this evening. This is the penultimate round of the Endurance Championship in 2022. We've still got 8 hours of racing coming up at the end of the season at the world famous Le Mans circuit, of course, but 4 hours here to tackle at Monza to continue on from the 4 hours we had at the Hockenheim at round 2. This is going to be a very fast and possibly similar race to that one. My name is Unilary, David Christie alongside me here for the race here today. And David, we're very excited to be here once again. Hot temperatures, it is summer in Central Europe, very warm indeed here at Monza, but a 4-hour dash today on the fringes of being an endurance race and a sprint race, really. Hard to decide, but that does just increase the pace of the race.
It really does, and I mean, looking at that temperature, 35 degrees. I'm going to be honest.
I'm not sure if David's with us at the moment, or what, but yeah, he'll be here in a second as well, alongside me. Fortunately, we are just underway with qualifying, and that is just ending at the moment as well. We'll get those results to you properly when we go through the grid here for this race here today. The race starting in just under 10 minutes time, but we'll get through the grid when we get to it in a few moments. We'll go through the championship standings though before we discuss this race any further, because V3 Racing have taken a bit of a championship lead now in the LMP2. I think it's fair to say they've got 16 points now over RSR by Butker and their 56 car. However, I can't see that 56 car actually in the field here today, so I'm not entirely sure whether it could well be a 32 point championship lead in effect to affect Esports, who are in that third place just ahead of Vector by RSR, who are also here. Celeritas are also here as well from those LMP2s, but it's V3 Racing's to lose at the moment with their pole position here for this race as well. In GT3 Pro, we have Lipa Esports Red, who have won the last 3 races in a row. It's given them a 24-point championship lead over RD Simsport WSL, so they're going to be fighting it out throughout today's race. I think it is going to be very close between the two of them. Panda One are on the same points as RD Simsport. Orbit Motorsports Mercury are fourth ahead of Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro. That rounds out the top 5 at least in the GT3 Pro standings. And then we've got GT3 AM. MSC Puma Kuppenheim didn't attend the Spa 6 hours, so their championship lead has been reduced to 15 points here in this championship. Twisted Racing Team Ferrari with that victory last time out, closing that one down a little bit. Frio Free Racing with a good performance getting into the top 3 ahead of Vulture Racing, and SPR Esports Delta rounding out the top 5. There are a couple of new teams as well in both Pro and AM categories. Teams not only new entirely, but also switching about categories with regards to those GT3s, Pro and AM. But as I said, my name is John O'Leary, David Christie alongside me, and we've got a very nicely poised race here, David. 4 hours of Monza, a bit of a sprint for us tonight.
Oh, we certainly do. And what I was trying to say earlier on, I think the audience at home heard me, but unfortunately it was just you that didn't hear me, Ewan, was that track temperature is, massively underneath the air temperature. So I think it'll just get cooler and cooler. But being here in Scotland, I would quite happily settle for a 35-degree evening. But yeah, look, they're going to have their work cut out for them. We know how tricky and treacherous Monza can be. It's almost a bit of a meme in GT3 racing. However, the standard of racing so far this season has been nothing short of excellent.
Absolutely. Yeah, sorry for talking over you there on stream. I just didn't hear that you were talking at all.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I stopped speaking as soon as I heard you.
Well, we'll get the issues out of the way first of all, and then we'll carry on from there. But yeah, no, it's good to be here once again. As you say, it is pretty warm out there at the moment. It's the race, by the way, set to take off at 12 o'clock in Sim. Excuse me. So that's going to be heat of the day in terms of temperatures. That might affect things with regards to how long these guys can actually go on tyres. We speak all the time about double stints, triple stints, and if you're in the GTs, then, are you only limited to single stints? It's less of a factor around Monza, I guess, because the tyre wear is so low, there's so little in the way of corners, if you boil it down to it. But the temperatures will make people think a little bit about what their tyre strategy is today, and I'm not sure what the call is going to be, really.
Oh, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because how often as commentators do we say, oh, we think we're going to see them do X, Y, Z, and at Monza they always throw that sort of joker card into the mix. So strategy is going to be really, really important today. So is consistency. 4 hours around this track here, and then we've also got to factor in the fact we've got those pesky LMP2s in the mix as well. You can just imagine being a happy little GT3 plodding along, and you've got these swarms of LMP2s trying to make their way past. So there will be tears before bedtime tonight. I can absolutely guarantee it.
There might well be for a few teams and drivers, I'm afraid. especially since the majority of the field, more than 3/4 of the field, is made up by GT3s here today. It does mean there's going to be a lot to negotiate for those LMP2s, I'm afraid, so that's going to be something they have to think about here throughout this race. In terms of those LMP2s, though, we've already seen V3 Racing are top of the standings, of course. Their closest rivals, I believe, not here for this race here today. It's definitely their title to lose at this stage, and it's hard to really deny them in terms of the fact they deserve it, because I mean, any season where you don't finish lower than second, which is what V3 Racing have accomplished so far, any season where you get that, you can't really take it away from them. They deserve to be in that championship lead, there's no doubt.
100% there, you, and 100%. The thing with it is, as well, is that it's not just, you know, being able to rock up and have a brilliantly fast car and a brilliantly fast team, but it's that consistency. That's what wins you the championships. We've seen this time and time again, not just here with the World Series Endurance Championship, but through, you know, whether it's on Iracing or Assetto Corsa Competizione, whatever the platform, it's always the team that has that perfect mix of pace and consistency. That's what's going to get you results. That's what wins you championships.
It absolutely does. And V3 Racing not far from doing that. Since it is a penultimate round, by the way, it does mean that all of the titles can be settled here today, although it's 60 points for a win, so it does make it quite difficult, because you have to pull out a huge margin. There are your standings again. 16 points to Orosol by Bookkicker, that's all okay, because they're not here today. Effect Esports are really the ones we're looking at here, but if you look at it mathematically, all of those drivers, all of those teams, excuse me, can still win from here. That's how many points are on offer here in the LMP2s. Of course, they've got that drop week to think about as well. That is factored into our standings, by the way, so you don't have to do the calculations yourself. We already have done. That is how it looks with the drop round in effect as well. But V3 Racing will be wanting to maybe wrap this one up early and try and get away and get towards Le Mans with that real big advantage that means they can have that little bit of pressure off. It's more likely to happen maybe in GT3 Pro or AM, however the standings are relatively close there as well. Especially looking forward to seeing what happens here in GT3 AM, I've got to say. Live Esports have been quite dominant in Pro, but in AM we've got MSC Puma Kuppenheim, excuse me, who didn't score any points last time because they DNS'd at Spa. However, they're back again. Twisted Racing Team with their first win of the season at Spa. They'll be in the ascendancy, and there's going to be a good fight, I think, between those two teams here today, with, of course, SIM3D Sport Terminator returning again and having taken a very convincing pole position earlier on tonight.
Do you know, it's absolutely crazy, the fact that we're 5 rounds, or we're going to be going 5 rounds in.
Very interesting field in GT3.
Sorry, that's my fault, Ewan. I was not pressing the button there, buddy. I was just saying, it's crazy though that we're 4 rounds in. We're going into our 5th round tonight of a 6-round championship, and everything across the board is so close. Everything is like within a knife edge of you know the fact that, you know, V3 Racing, MSC, Puma, Kuppenheim, neither of those teams really can rest tonight until that checkered flag flies and they know they've got it in the bag. It's still way too close to call.
It is indeed. Though unfortunately I cannot see, I don't think, Twisted Racing Team Ferrari actually in the field at the moment, unless I'm just missing something. I might well be. So we'll hold fire on that just for the moment. But yeah, we'll see for them, because it would be a shame to not see them at the start right now. So let's see either way as we get towards the end of qualifying now and towards the start of the race. It's just moments away before these guys start gridding up, and we'll go through the grid in its entirety for you. I know we've already told you about those who are on the pole position, but we'll go through it in its entirety a little bit later on. Just had a word through in the YouTube chat, by the way, and it'd be good to hear from everybody in the YouTube chat throughout the day. Jeremy from Twisted Racing Team Ferrari am here, unfortunately prevented from competing today. They'll be back for Le Mans, fortunately, but that is going to put them pretty much out of the championship fight, and they're going to be very, very disappointed with that, I'm afraid. They are still going to get 12 points from today because of the nature of the drop rounds and whatever. However, MSC Puma Kuppenheim can still seal this one up today, especially with 303 Racing actually not having a great qualifying there. They may well have a good race, but the qualifying not quite up to scratch for them. So that's a real shame to see for Twisted Racing Team. They've assured us that they'll be back. But it's very unfortunate to see second place in the championship not here, and that prevents us from really having a championship fight in GT3 AM now. It's going to be very difficult to overhaul those leaders from here.
I think what I like about that though, Ewan, is the fact that it brings out that emotion. They care about the championship that much that they're gutted. They've got this close to the finish of the championship and they can't actually take it any further. It's very, very unfortunate, and obviously we send the biggest of commiserations to them. But again, it just shows how seriously these drivers and these teams are taking this championship.
Are taking it very seriously indeed, as you would expect, of course. And so, they'll be especially disappointed with that. As I mentioned, just moments away from getting the grid now and heading towards the start of this race here today. We'll go through that grid when we get to it, when we get to the actual race happening in a few moments' time. 4 hours of racing, of course, around here, the world famous Monza circuit in the north part of Italy, and we'll get racing very soon indeed. And the drivers will turn their attentions, of course, to the first chicane, which is going to be really high up on their list of priorities of things to think about, I guess. The Rettifilio so narrow, and there's so many cars who are going to fan out 3 and 4 wide, you can be sure, down towards turns 1 and 2 for the first time, and we rarely ever see everybody get through there cleanly, unfortunately. So don't want to tempt fate or anything, but it's going to be really on these drivers' minds. But this is going to be a very, very difficult negotiation to manage to get through turns 1 and 2 correctly. We are just about to get going though for the race here today, and it's going to be Mike Shepherd who's going to lead them away for V3 Racing, with Alistair Catchpole alongside him. Niels Chestes for Vector BioSR will be third ahead of Celeritas Sim Racing. Phil Morton and Bob Peterson are on there, but I think they're Pro GT3 AMs, although I'm not sure. They could well be with times like that, so we'll hold fire on that. Yannick Burkhoff certainly is on pole in the GT3 Pros, although they're very, very close by with Alistair Kirk and the likes of Simon Dodd, Jack Stiles as well for Orbit Motorsports Mercury. They're all very, very close indeed between those top 4. Sam Rahowski is next in the overall order, but he's an AM driver for MSC, so he's right up there. Although next in the pros, it's Thomas Reiter and Loris Augeri in that field. Then Stuart Reynolds in the pro class. Then we get to the AMs. Sam Rahowski on the pole for that. Robert Gilbert just in behind. Just Jacob Pegg, Dom Goodsell, Jerome Rains, the final AM driver, I think, unless Iracing actually starts the race, having not qualified here. Although I don't believe he will be, and I don't think that Simon Reynolds, is going to be either from that pro class you can see there. Even though they are in the server at the moment, I believe they are just admins watching over everybody rather than actually driving. Although you never know. Not sure. I'll dig through what the rules are with regards to sharing the car. But a 4-hour race, if there were no fair share rules, then there would be a fair few drivers you might expect trying to go this one alone, but I don't think they will allow that one. Yeah, they are indeed the stewards today. Iracing and Stuart Reynolds will be watching over everybody from the stewards room. The Iracing fair share rule is in place, as I've just been reminded as well. So that does prevent anybody from going the whole distance in one go, which nobody will be, of course. But the drivers are getting underway. The formation lap is underway, if you can call it a lap, of course. It is just about half a lap, you would say. We're getting ready to go racing. All eyes are going to turn towards turn 1 and whether we can all get through there cleanly.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes now, and well, I mean, it looks like down to the 3 LMP2s here, and obviously, I mean, that's quite common over the course of a season, isn't it? The attrition rate gets quite high, and the cars get sort of whittled down here, Ewan.
It looks like it. Niels Chester straight back to the pit lane here, or maybe he didn't even grid either. I'm not entirely sure here. However, it does look like the LMP2 field has been reduced to 3, and V3 Racing are going to maybe see this as a chance to clinch the title today. It will be difficult for them, of course. Their lead is rather narrow, and they do have 32 points to affect Esports, who will be starting alongside them. However, they will certainly put themselves in prime position to get to the end of today and possibly crown themselves as champions. Let's wait and see, though, as the drivers, the three of them in the LMP2s, come out of the Parabolica now and up towards the line themselves. Almost 3 in a row, going nose to tail on this occasion. Alistair Catchpole not really looking to go alongside here, maybe trying to get a bit of a run on the leader, but it's always difficult when Mike Sheppers, who's in that leading car, just dictating the pace at the moment. Very hard to get a jump on a driver like that. They go side by side towards the line here and over the line for the first time. The lights will be on and they will go out almost as quickly here. They do go up towards the line, and Mike Sheppers is finally going to go. He will indeed pull in front of the other two, and the three of them taking pretty much a single file start here, not looking to get involved in any kind of incident. V3 Racing are going to take prime position going into the first turn and into the first chicane for the first time. It's a nice start for the V3 Racing man with Effect Esports and Celeritas Sim Racing just in behind as well. Apologies for the lack of game audio at the moment. There will be some in a few moments' time. That will be fixed in a couple of moments as the GT3s now go towards the line. A much bigger field back here and a lot for the LMP2s to negotiate throughout the race as well. But it's a nice start from Yannick Burkhoff in the Lipa Esports red car, as he so often does. In the lead now in that Audi, down towards turn number 1. It is that fearsome first chicane here at Monza, although everybody's just exercising that little bit of caution through these opening couple of corners. They make their way out as well, and it looks like everybody has made their way through there rather cleanly. I start from Burkhoff in the Lipa Esports car. RD Simsport, though, really applying that pressure early on. Alistair Kirk just trying to stay with him as much as possible while the others just flounder a little bit. The Audi not taking a very ideal line into the Della Roggia chicane, which is the second of them, of course, but the two of them will remain 1 and 2 as they started this race. The 4 Hours of Monza is well and truly underway, with the GT3s being defined by these two cars up front at the moment, the Audi and the Lamborghini getting out front for now. 6 GT3 Pro cars just mixing it up with the AMs at the moment. Sam Rahowski in the Kuppenheim car, 7th overall and 4th if you want to take the GT3s as an overall as well. Very much mixing it in there as things stand, and a flash of the lights as well from Yannick Burkhoff. Not entirely sure what he's flashing for, with the audience thought right cut in behind him and nobody in front. But here comes the Lamborghini going through on the inside line. Are these two going to work together just that little bit to try and swap positions maybe and get ahead of the rest of the field? That remains to be seen, as further back with the Pandawan and Orbit Motorsport Mercury car battling and exchanging a place going down towards Parabolica. It's a very clean first lap though, I'm glad to report. Everybody keeping things nice and almost in the positions they were before. A few, obviously, movers and shakers, especially the 19 car, actually, moving down quite a few places. Luis Rivera Colon, sorry, just moving down 1 or 2 in that opening lap there, but nothing too major for a lot of these drivers. It does look, by the way, that Niels Chester's in that Vector by RSR LMP2 already possibly out of this race in that car, having never taken the start. I guess a DNS for RSR in that one, I'm afraid. Their main championship contending car, the 56, not starting this race either. Nice to see them back at Le Mans again, but I'm not entirely sure whether they will be returning to that one or not. The LMP2s, by the way, still in the positions they were before. GT3's just single file for the moment. The blue screen will come up for just a second here while we just fix the in-game audio. But hopefully you can still hear me, and I can tell you a little bit about what's going on out there, because I can still see what's happening. Dom Goodsell has just gotten through on Booyah Hans Antonio, and indeed the SBR Esports Tango card just falling through the order just ever so slightly there. I believe may have had an off somewhere around the racetrack over these last few moments. It looks like he's just recovering from that now as well. But clearly that car has been off on this second lap of the race. Was running nicely inside the top 5. Could have actually in the top 3 of the AM cars, I'm afraid. But yeah, it's all fallen apart just ever so slightly on that most recent lap. We'll really see that with the lap times here in a few moments' time as well. Speaking of lap times for the LMP2s, by the way, Mike Sheppers comfortably quicker than everybody else on that previous lap. The first lap in anger was a 35 for Mike Sheppers. He's pulled away by just half a second over Alistair Catchpole, and it's another 0.6 of a second on that last lap. He's just building that lead over the 111 of Alistair Catchpole. The two leaders in GT3 Pro, though, a lot closer than that. Rd5 Sport having stolen the lead there with Alistair Kirk ahead of Yannick Burkhoff. Just in behind, Simon Dodd and Simon Rahowski are battling away. And then Thomas Reiter is leading a 4-car train just behind that as well. It's the GT3s that are seeing the most action early on in this race. Once again, apologies that you can't see any of that at the moment, but we'll have those pictures back to you in just a second. Eclipse Racing Team, actually, you can just see in the order there, have gone off at Ascari by looking. Simon Dodd has gone off at Ascari. Let's hope he hasn't picked up any damage through that. But he might well have done. It's a fast portion of the track where the margin for error is so small, of course. There may well have been a bit of contact with someone or something. He's continuing to drop down as well. There may well be damage for Simon Dodd in the Eclipse Racing Team number 10. Dropped from what was a top 3 place a couple of moments ago, right outside the top 5 now, I'm afraid to say. And Burkhoff just stays in behind this Lamborghini and tries to get on terms, or at least stay with for the moment. It's not too important to get in front, you wouldn't say. Just staying in behind and saving that bit of fuel maybe might just be a little bit more advantageous for them than going all out here at this stage. Already spoken about the tyre situation, but also the fuel will be a big talking point here today. Will cars make it to the hour mark in this category? Will the LMP2s make it to the 40-minute mark, which of course they need to do in these races? That's the all-important thing here. That's how you keep your strategy kind of on track throughout this race, but you spend so long on full throttle here that it could be a problem. Just 7 minutes into this run now, and it's been a successful start for Rd5 Sport. Alistair Kirk has stolen this lead, and of course they're trying to close a 24-point margin in the championship at the moment. Of course, the positions the way they are at the moment would only close that by 3 points. It's not particularly great, and the maximum they can close today is only 6 points because of the way the drop rounds work. Once again, they do actually need to do a lot more than this at the moment. Otherwise, Hyper Esports will be crowned champions today. Similar situation as well for V3 Racing, who, as things stand, will be clinching it as well. Make their way down towards... I say that. Also need to work out whether you can have your drop round on the very last round or not. Because that's sometimes not a thing. Hopefully someone will tell me. But yeah, it's sometimes not a factor. David will be back in a second, by the way. Just fixing one or two things behind the scenes. It's hard broadcasting or producing, I should say, and commentating at the same time. It's all the multitasking.
I'm still here. Oh, honestly, I'm just crying gently behind the scenes while trying to fix all this. So yeah, I will apologise for the lack of audio. But the great thing about me muting my mic is that you don't hear me swearing quite profusely in the background during this. It's probably best for your young ears that you don't hear this sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. Thanks. Yeah, probably best for the viewers as well, to be honest. But there we are. We don't want to hear that. LMP2s just embark on the arguably most difficult point of the race that they will have all day long. Mike Shepard's lost a second on that previous lap. They did have to negotiate one lap car. However, the Brabham car is next up. This is, of course, Luis Rivera Colon. He's in 10th overall at the moment. And just, well, I don't want to say in the way through Ascari there, but just running his line, and it wasn't the line that Mike Shepard wanted to see, because Alistair Catchpole has been able to catch him here, going down towards Parabolica. Or will there be a dive from Shepard? There certainly is, and the Audi has to go way wide. One of the Audis absolutely way wide, and that was Loris Alguerri, who's not going to be very pleased about that. The Lamborghini next of Jack Stiles will be a bit more pleased with the overtaking on this occasion. I think that could have been Thomas Reiter, actually, who they just went through on there. It was Jack Stiles who the dive was made on, I think, actually, at the final corner. But either way, doesn't matter too much to these two leaders who are now at the front three on the GT3s. This is, of course, includes Simon Rahowski, who's in the MSC Puma Kuppenheim GT3 AM Lamborghini. They make their way right around the outside of all of them, through the Curva Grande. And there they go, all through on the GT3 leaders, who continue their battle. Those LMP2s a lot closer than they were just 2 laps ago, because over the last 2 laps, 1.9 seconds has been taken out of Shepherds by Alistair Catchpole there. So a nice job from Catchpole to just make his way through the traffic as quickly as possible. We're just going to go blank once again for a few moments while we're trying to fix a few things, but I'll still be able to tell you what's going on rather than pictures. So it was another nice lap, by the way, by Jeremy Rest on that final lap, despite having to negotiate 1 or 2 cars with traffic. It was a 1 minute 38.1. Still a good way away from the leaders, nearly 10 seconds away, actually, from the leaders at the moment on the road. Just a couple of things to tell you about. Of course, to remind you, you can indeed join us here in the booth for a bit of a chat if you are a driver or team manager or whatever it is. Just after your stint, before your stint, whatever it might be, we can jump in and have a bit of a chat. It'll be always good to hear from the drivers, of course. But yeah. Another thing as well I should probably mention to you while we're on the screen at the moment, and while the battles are just staying where they are, as you would expect them to at this stage. A few driver changes to tell you about in terms of where people are and where people are not anymore. Philip Malta has been changed from in SIM3D Sport Camps. He's gone from the Ghostbusters team to the Terminator team instead. That was a few days ago now. And earlier today, Team Sim Party Tango, SPR Tango, managed to add boy Johannes Antonius Peterson to their lineup. So that's good news for them. Very good news, actually. And he started their car, and he's indeed out there at the moment. He's currently the last running car, unfortunately, after a bit of a mistake. However, he will be with them. And, of course, for 303 Racing, Carl Pierce removed from them. He stood in to drive alongside Jeroen Reigns at the 6 Hours of Spa, of course. They have got their full contingent back, I think, here today for 303 Racing, and they've made up quite a few places. They got through on Simon Dodd, Jacob Pegg, and the 34 of SPR Esports Tango. So a nice job done by Jeroen to start off this race. Fastest lap of the race last time, though, goes to Mike Shepard there. So 1 minute 35.7, and more than half a second ahead of Alistair Catchpole on that one, as pictures do return. And the back for third returns as well. Thomas Reiter under a lot of pressure from the Orbit Motorsport Mercury Lamborghini. They make their way over the line again. And these GT3 battles really are where the action are. And indeed, for the lead, Leiper and Audi Simsport have been exchanging positions almost systematically. And they do it once again with RD Simsport now taking charge here of this race. So mentioning it a few moments ago, is it beneficial to maybe work together and use that little bit of slipstream at this end of the race rather than going on all-out battles that obviously really guzzle your fuel a little bit more than you'd like at this end of the race. It possibly is a lot more advantageous for you to indeed work with those around you at this early stage of the race. But let's see who really employs that strategy and who maybe does not, because it's a bit of a contentious one. For Simon Rahalski certainly will just be waiting there. He is the AM leader and has a very nice lead over the 33 of SPR Esports Delta, I think. Esports are a pro car, although I can't be sure. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure just for the moment. But yeah, they are in the field today for their first appearance of the season, and that's good to see as we just get to the 15-minute mark here of this race. Somewhat remarkably, the LMP2's more than a third of the way through their first stint of the race, which is really says a lot about the LMP2 cars, the way they are these days. I say these days as if they haven't been like that for the last 5 years or so, but they certainly used to be able to go around the 50-minute mark, 45, 50 minutes. Today, 40 minutes really is the limit. And at Le Mans, it's going to be even less than that. Possibly 10 laps or less for them at Le Mans, which is going to be about 35 minutes or less for those most advanced machinery. And here is Mike Cheppers, currently leading the race. Finally got their first win last time out at Spa. It was a long time coming, but it finally was their day at Spa last time out. And if things were to end as they are right now, they would be crowned champions. If they can get to the 50% mark, they would be crowned champions the way things are at the moment, because if you do complete 50% race distance completed by the winning team, then you do score the points. They would still only lose 6 points to Effect Esports, which would not be enough for them to lose the title overall. You would have to say Esports going to have to really hope for a bit of a miracle in this one. V3 Racing have just got to try and as far as they can here, and then they may well be able to call themselves champions after this race. It's certainly looking likely. David's back now, I think.
Hello.
Fix the. That wasn't a spiteful comment, by the way. I know.
No. I tried to fix it, but I think I've broken several other things in the meantime. However, I think we'll do them one by one. We will get the sound on ASAP. However, talking about the start of the race, though, V3 Racing, they're doing everything they need to do right now, aren't they? They're right out in front. They've got command of this, 2.3 seconds ahead of Effect Esports. I mean, realistically, Effect needed to be ahead at this point. They needed to kind of take charge of this, but as it stands, V3 Racing doing everything that's needing done here, and then obviously looking towards the rest of them. You know, I think it's actually all to play for in the GT3 Pro and the GT3 AM right now.
It certainly is. I mean, they're very, very close indeed in terms of the way they run on the road. In terms of the championships, it's maybe a little bit less. However, it is good to see these teams really fighting it out in those categories, and look forward to seeing who comes out on top in them, really, because it's very close as things stand. Although I do get the feeling once again, as I mentioned earlier, that they might well just be working together, especially when you look at the front three, 1, 2, 3 at the moment. They're just running in behind one another, and RD Simsport and Liper Esports both just kind of very orderly, going past one another lap after lap. So it almost seems like they are working together at this stage in the race, which is not a bad call, really, especially at a circuit like Monza, where you can save so much when you're in the slipstream.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? It's when you're in the slipstream, you can really, really play about with your strategy. You've got a lot of cards up your sleeve that you can use. You can decide to maybe try and eke out the fuel if you want to, or you can just put the pressure on the car in front and try and hound them into making a mistake. Given that it is a 4-hour race, though, I would be wanting to kind of keep my cards close to my chest for that final hour. Your main job right now is just keeping yourself in contention for the first couple of hours, keeping yourself, nice and quiet, out of our gaze. If we don't see you on the broadcast, that's a good thing, because it means that you're kind of under the radar, and that's exactly where you want to be. And then for the final hour, then you can kind of start fighting and kind of going for it, really.
Yeah, you certainly can, as Mike Shepherd decides not to go around the outside of Parabolica there on that McLaren, making its way just over the line at the moment. I think that's Jacob Pegg in the satellite racing car. It is indeed the only McLaren in the field, and one of only two to have actually taken part in terms of on the entry list for this season. There are not many at all. As we go back to the GT leading battle, here it is. Audi, Lamborghini. We've got the Leipa Esports car currently leading. They've not finished off the podium yet this season, and it's going to be difficult to see that changing once again, although third and fourth are only just in the background there. That's Panda 1 and Orbit Motorsport Mercury, you can just see in the background there. So, yeah, they're just in close attendance. We'll be hoping to deny a couple of these cars maybe a position or two, but I think, as you say, it's all about staying out of trouble, even at this stage. Although, saying that, 4 hours really is becoming more of a sprint race in terms of these days. It's not a very long race at all. Well, it's obviously not a full-on touring car sprint race. It is certainly a lot shorter and not really an endurance maybe than what we've seen in some of the earlier races. The 8 Hours of Daytona, for example, was certainly an endurance race. And it did feel like it as well. This is going to feel much more like a sprint race, there's no doubt about that. It's going down towards turn 1. Rd5 staying in behind, and you can be sure won't have needed full throttle all the way down to the braking zone there. Will have been able to lift off and save that little bit of fuel. Will that be the difference between making the hour and not making the hour in these cars? How punishing is Monza going to be in terms of that fuel burn? Could well be, it could well be a defining factor, a determining factor here in this race. Just some names being fixed at the moment, by the way, on the standings. By the way, if you think your team's in the wrong place, but we're getting everyone in the right place, and they just about are at this point in the season. Just people changing teams doesn't help when they do that from time to time. But the three leaders are staying remarkably close together. And once again, very impressive from the GT3 AM leaders to see Simon Rahowski so far up towards the front once again. He's got about a 20-second lead over the closest GT3 AM car there. He's very impressive. But he's kind of piggybacking on the back of these guys and being helped out massively by the 2 pro cars just in front of it, really being helped out massively by that. Even though I do think he has the pace, raw pace, to be with them anyway. He certainly is just having that little bit more due to these 2 cars being in front of him. A good exit off of the final corner for RD Simsport there, and there might be a move incoming. They have been exchanging positions every now and then. However, not this time. They're staying behind one another once again, going down towards Retafilio. And this might be a theme now for RD Simsport. Instead of changing places, they might let Leipa Esports just lead this race, burn all their fuel, just save it while they're in behind here. So they might well just intentionally not get through for the next few laps. And indeed, the next 40 minutes maybe. Until we get towards that hour mark and get towards the pit stops here as well, which will be coming up fairly soon for the LMP2s, I suppose. But we're still a way away, a quarter of an hour from that happening there in LMP2. At the moment in LMP2, by the way, I know we haven't looked at them for a while, but there hasn't been too much in the way of goings on. They are in traffic right now, but the gap's 3 seconds between Mike Shepherd and Alistair Catchpole, I should say. trying to stay in behind them, but unfortunately made a mistake on that last lap. Did a 48, which is around where the GT3s are. So it's a bit of a two-horse race at the moment, I'm afraid to say, for LMP2. And of course, Niels Jesters, who didn't take the start of this race for Vector Bauersar despite qualifying. It was a shame for him, despite qualifying third. He didn't take the start, and therefore won't be getting to the end and won't be getting any points out of this one either. Jeremy Rest in his day, because Celeritas will gain quite a lot. Possibly their first podium of the season so far, and they'll be climbing positions, possibly into that third place behind Effect Esports and V3 Racing. As we go back to live pictures now, you can just see the LMP2s having gotten their way through. A little bit of a flashing of the lights there from Yannick Burkhoff, who may have been unimpressed with what went on at turn 1 and 2. Not entirely sure what happened. However, the LMP2s do like a dive bomb every now and again, and that might have been one of them that Burkhoff was not entirely pleased with. However, it's hard to know. Just by the flash of the lights, it could have been due to anything. Making their way through the two Lesmos at the moment. 25 minutes gone in this race now, and it's the Audi of Leipa Esports leading in GT3 Pro. By far the closest battle on the circuit and in this category now. Although, I think Panda One are under a bit of pressure themselves. Or have indeed to give in to that pressure now, because they're now behind Orbit Motorsport Mercury, of course, who have just made their way up in front of them. I don't know where that happened or how it happened indeed, but has done. And Jack Stiles has got himself into his fourth overall in GT3 and third in the GT3 Pros. At the final corner for the three leaders at the moment, Simon Rahowski still getting a bit of a magic carpet ride, if you like, from the front two here. Getting pulled to the front of the field and further away from his rivals in GT3, the likes of Robert Gilbert, who's in second, Jerome Reigns, those two fighting over that place. Good sell as well. So we do indeed, I believe, have the in-game sound coming through now. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear. It does sound a bit weird if we're just talking into the abyss. So good to hear these engines going again. Well, they've always been going, of course, but we can hear them now. So that's great news. It's at the moment pretty good news for Leipa Esports. They're on course to take the title as things stand because of the way the drop weeks work. Of course, you need to be very, very close to keep the title fight alive in these championships. Same going at the moment as well for MSC Puma Kubenheim, who look very unlikely to give that one up now. This is Jeremy West, and this might be what happened to him. He was all of a sudden quite a long way behind the two leaders, and this might be why, just bouncing over those curbs at the second chicane and just catching him out. They are brutal curbs, especially in a car that really doesn't like them, like the LMP2. And indeed, they've gone back to the pit lane, have they? It does look like they have. That might be the end of the day for Celeritas Sim Racing already in the first half an hour, I'm afraid. Not entirely sure, but Jeremy West looks like he is done for the day, quite possibly. I'm afraid to say it looks like that might be true. Might be the end for Rest. It is indeed. And yeah, the LMP2's field getting thin. It looks like Rest is out of the race indeed. A real shame for them. We're just getting caught out. But I think that might have been the final straw for them, just getting caught out on those curbs. And he bounced about in these LMP2s, a bit intolerant to those curbs, and unfortunately that is the end of their day, really. So that's a real shame, and a race that they will look to forget. Hopefully they'll be back at Le Mans. They'll try and bounce back, but a race to forget, unfortunately, at Monza for those guys. Be one to remember for one of these three. Be especially a remarkable story if the GT3 AM winner was able to take the GT3 win overall. Could be very possible here. I mean, it's a long call from here just yet. Still 3.5 hours remaining, but you never know. This team has just been getting stronger and stronger as the season has gone on. 3 wins out of 4 so far. The only non-win was a non-start. Well, I'm back at the 6 Hours of Spa. They're back again, and they're back to where they will believe and where they will feel that they belong. Right on the front of GT3M, and maybe even challenging for a pro spot as well. Although it's hard to tell, of course. I don't think they'd be moved around this late on in the season anyway, especially given the championship situation. However, it certainly has been a great season so far. WSEC Puma Hockenheim, you can just see in behind there. Has been for all 3 of these guys in the GT3 lead, really, when you think about it. Which has gone wrong for them, you would have to say, without tempting fate or aiming to tempt fate in that one. It's looking good. Down towards the first chicane once again. Battle for third also continues in a similar way, but I think they'll focus and would rather get back to this group maybe than stay in that battle for third, even though it is a battle, of course, for the last remaining podium position in GT3 Pro. They would much rather a chance at victory. As we look at the AM leaders on board now with Rahowski, SPR Esports and 303 Racing fighting in behind, but they're nearly 30 seconds behind already. It just shows what a pace is going on at the front of the race, and unfortunately nobody able to compete with them, really. Nobody able to compete with Simon Rahowski anyway. He has been very impressive so far this season. He remains and continues to be.
Testing.
In the way that he started this race. Alright, looks like we've had issues fixed behind the scenes, David, and we're able to bring David back in to the broadcast now in terms of the comm side of things. Anyway, it's been a close race in GT3 so far. These 3 pretty close together and just staying together almost as a necessity at this point, rather than they'd like to be here. They're just working together as things stand, as we've been talking about.
Yeah, they've really been keeping each other company over the past 10 minutes here, and I want to say a huge thank you for like looking after everything there. All I'm going to say is, if I had a swear jar, I would have been able to afford a GT3 car for real right now. That's at least we got the sound back. That's the great thing here, so we can enjoy all of this fantastic action. Got it that we've already lost one of the 3 LMP2 cars, but in reality, it's all about this battle here anyway. It's all about Bokov, Kirk and Rahowski. What I love about Hockenheim Yellow is the fact that they're mixing it with the pros. Of course, there's nothing really different about the cars. There's no difference between the pros and the AMs in terms of the cars themselves. It's just the I ratings of the drivers that are involved. But yeah, it's a good look for them for sure.
It's not quite like you've seen at Le Mans for the last however many years, GTE Pro and Am, where the cars are minutely, admittedly, but they are slightly different. These cars are exactly the same. Seeing there's 2 Lamborghinis driving the exact same machinery here, so it's all down to driver skill, and that's where Rahowski is making the difference for the moment. But I do seem to remember that he is the strongest driver in this car, and you would expect so. So I don't think they're going to be able to win GT3 overall. However, it's great for them to be here anyway at the moment. And as I said earlier, kind of piggybacking on the success of the leading 2 at the moment. Not that Rahowski wouldn't be leading anyway, but he's just gaining that little bit more speed down the straights and whatever because of the 2 cars in front, and it's helping him to build nearly a 30-second lead already on the rest of the field. That's a huge lead.
It absolutely is, and he's making the most of it. That's the great thing about it. The fact that he's 30 seconds ahead of Robert Gilbert from the looks of it just now in that AM battle. I'm looking through the pros as well, and the fact that they're not exactly too close to things. Although we can see just in the background there, Thomas Reiter and Jack Styles side by side. That was a great move by Reiter to take that from Styles there, Ewan.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, I'm always kind of hesitant to say or talk about these moves too intently this early on because it could be just an exchange of positions like we see in the lead. Obviously, we saw a couple of lead changes there, but we'll get a bit of a better picture here. Now, Thomas Wright pulls to the inside. He's obviously got the slipstream. Just that Lamborghini on the outside just lift off a little bit. I do think that was actually a full-blown move. Wrighter clearly believes that the fuel that he's saving behind there is being outweighed now by the pace he's losing as Effect Esports come in after only 34 minutes here. A very, very early stop for them. They'll have to be nervous about the rest of the race and what it brings in terms of how many stops they're going to have to make.
Yeah, that's again, I always seem to get caught out by the LMP2s in terms of like how long they can stay out and stuff like that, but even for me that seems really, really weird why they're coming in so early. What it could be is that they're just deciding to maybe get in now and just decide to try and do something a little bit different strategy wise. The fact that Mike Shepherd set the fastest sector 2 would maybe make me think that they're starting to run down to the last couple of laps. I'm not sure on the on that situation, you know. I would imagine they've only got a couple of laps left in the tank.
I think we've got to hang fire and wait for Max Shepard to either come in or stay out a little bit later, and we'll see really then. But over the course of this race, the LMP2 should be making 5 stops throughout this one. This would set them up for 6 as somebody off the road there, is they? Are they? Excuse me, Jack Stiles looks like he's been off the road somewhere.
Jack Stiles is gone.
Disconnected, maybe. Might well have disconnected.
Well, yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah, Jack Stiles is gone.
Yeah, Orbit Motorsport Mercury might well be out in this race with a disconnection. They can, of course, rejoin and get back in again. However, it's going to set them back massively. Whether they rejoin or not, they're going to be laps down when they end up getting back into this race. We'll try and see what happened.
That's such a shame for them, though, isn't it? Because, yeah, I mean, to disconnect at this early stage of the race, I mean, fair enough, in the first 5-10 minutes, you can maybe look to try and bring things back, but now, I think that's maybe they're done already.
In terms of a real good result, it certainly is. Hopefully they do return, but in terms of really getting onto podium places, for example, it's such a competitive GT3 Pro field. It's difficult for them to do that from here. So, real shame for that team, Orbit Motorsport Mercury. Hopefully they'll be back again. But 4th in the standings at the moment. They've had 2 podiums in a row now. Look at it turning into a good season, and we're maybe trying to overtake Pandawan in the standings there. They were certainly battling with them on the circuit. As things were standing, they weren't going to be able to do that in terms of overtaking them in the standings. However, they were in a great run of form and looking to make it 3 podiums in a row. It may well not be any further for them, as down towards the first chicane again go the leaders, as Mike Shepherd is also into the pit lane. That's 37 minutes. These guys are going to have to stop 6 times today, and I did wonder, because Monza's so high speed and you got on throttle for so long, I did wonder whether there'd have to be an extra stop. It looks like there will be for those LMP2s. Yeah,
that's a great catch there, Ewan. Obviously, then it means that Alistair Catchpole wasn't in too early. I believe that's 2 laps earlier than Mike Shepherd's. And of course, I would imagine the GT3s, they'll get closer to an hour, probably about 50 minutes out of the tanks on these GT3 machines. So again, at the end of the day, I mean, I know obviously V3 are doing everything that they need to, but Alistair Catchpole, that's all they can do. They just have to kind of jump in, do what they can, try and put the lap times in, and hope something happens.
Absolutely. It's what you have to do at this stage. As Brabham Esports Blue, first real glimpse of them. Now in our standing sheet, it says that they were promoted, which suggests to me they were an AMCAR before, but I don't remember seeing a Brabham Esports Lamborghini in the past, or Brabham Esports anything actually in the past. However, I could just be non-remembering, because if you remember, the Daytona and Hockenheim fields, particularly for round 1 and 2, were absolutely massive. So I might just not be remembering all of the cars. However, LMP Esports for me are an entirely new team, but I could be wrong.
No, it could very well be the case. Certainly having to change, Louis Coulon was on a LMP2 team previously. I think he was with SIM3D Terminator, but now he's obviously with Brabham Esports Blue. And it's a fairly common occurrence where these cars and these drivers have to switch over, and they'll maybe go for one team for one race and be loaned out to another team for the rest of it. But I've got to be honest, I really do like the livery on that car. It's very understated, you know, the classic Brabham colours, the green and the gold. Yeah, that's a classy looking machine.
It is indeed. I've got some a bit of news back in the pack, by the way, in terms of LMP2. Will Lindley for Celeritas, unfortunately having to just explain that they're having to retire the car today. Not in sim issues, you understand, some other stuff elsewhere, which means they won't be able to meet fair share rules, unfortunately. So that is a shame. I think Lindley indicating that he wouldn't actually be able to drive any minutes at all, never mind the required minutes, which I believe would be, well, I'm trying to work out what 30% of 4 hours is, but that's hard. But you get the idea. It's somewhere around there. You're probably doing a stint in an LMP2, might be all right, and you might be fine at doing that. Roughly. But unfortunately not able to do that for Will Lindley. So Celeritas, unfortunately, retiring the car early on here. Already seen 4 pit stops today. By the way, Ethan Bass for Orbit Motorsport Mercury has gotten back in to that car. He's taken over from Jack Stiles, so they're back in the race again. Don't know if you mentioned that when I wasn't when I was looking through that four-wheel Lindley, but yeah, they're back in the race, still in it at least. But you'd have to say their fight for a podium is looking exceptionally unlikely from this point.
Well, yeah, I think it's just taking part now, isn't it? It's just sort of participating and doing what you can to make things happen here. It's an awkward one because you feel so bad for them. You never want to say disconnect any time during the race here, but again, I've got to take my hat off with the fact that obviously there's been a high rate of attrition throughout the league, throughout the season, and while I've not been here on commentary for every round, I've been behind the scenes kind of doing the cameras and watching along with you, Ewan, and it is a shame, and I can see the frustration with the drivers as well. But you know, this is unfortunately, this is quite common with league racing, isn't it? The fact that the numbers do dip towards the end of the season as drivers and teams will have maybe other priorities.
Yeah, motivation does go down for a lot of the drivers, unfortunately, as we get towards the latter portion of the season, especially when you're not involved in the title fight or can't really feasibly win races. It does dwindle motivation. I know it's late season motivation is something I used to struggle with when I was towards the back end of racing, back when I did, probably about 4 years ago, to be honest, but that was something that I know personally. It's human nature, isn't it, really? Hard to be too harsh on the drivers, really. But there we are. At least we can enjoy the racing with the ones that we have. And I do think we're going to enjoy a big race between LiPo Esports and RT Sim Sport. Two of them inseparable in the first 40 minutes of this race. Going down towards turn number 1 now. Once again, staying behind. And judging by the way we've seen those LMP2s coming in so early during that pit stop cycle, I think we may well see pit stops before the hour here for some GT3s, if not all of them. And if we do get some, but not all, coming in before the hour, we're in for a very interesting race. A bit of a fuel mileage race, maybe.
Quite possibly there, Ewan. Again, this is the problem with the GT3s, is that it's all a battle of the unknown. And what we normally see is a 10-minute window with the GT3s. Once one car comes in, everybody else will realise that that's way too early, and they'll try and stretch it out for a couple more laps and a couple more laps, and you'll get the late pitters who are being very, very brave and very, very economical. Although at this stage in the race, I don't think there's any point in stretching out your fuel unless you're actually in a battle like these three here. And even then, if you're Simon Rahowski, you don't need to get involved with this battle, but sure as hell is fun to keep up with at the front here. But yeah, look, let's give it sort of 10-15 minutes here. I think we'll see our pit stops from about 50 minutes onwards, but maybe that might be a little bit too sort of pessimistic. Maybe it'll be kind of 55 minutes onwards.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close whichever way, but I'm a little bit worried. The reason I mentioned some making it but not all is because Yannick Burkhoff has been at the front of this field for quite a while now, or at the front of this train at least for quite a while now. For some reason keeps flashing his lights on the exit of corners sometimes as well, especially when there's no one in front of him. I don't really know why, to be honest, but either way, it could just be a slip of the finger, an accidental press on a button, but either way, he just keep doing it, and he just intend to keep leading the field. He doesn't seem to intend to want to hand this lead over. And when we're talking about, possible fuel problems, we certainly saw that in LMP2. It's bizarre that any team or any driver wants to lead the field for this amount of time when everybody's so concerned about fuel. But maybe in GT3 the situation's a bit different, and they will be able to make it. But it's just a bit of a waiting game and a bit of a guessing game for us at the moment. Obviously the teams will hopefully be a bit more in the know, but even some of them will be a bit worried about everybody else in terms of what they can actually do and how far they can go.
You and I'm the least qualified person to be talking on this sort of stuff at the best of times anyway, so this just adds an extra little complexion to that anyway. But yeah, the other thing to think about as well is that these teams will be feeding all this information back to their drivers, and the drivers back to the teams as well. So the drivers that are in the cars just now will be like, yeah, it's feeling good, it's maybe wanting to pit a little bit earlier than they actually have to with the fuel, because remember, the dynamics and the handling characteristics change massively with these cars as well. So for instance, as the cars become lighter, they can become a little bit more playful, they can become a little bit more of a handful to drive. So some of the drivers might not like driving the car while it's in that state, so they might try and pit it a lap or two early just so they kind of avoid that state of the car here. But I mean, we're going on to lap 25 for Yannick Burkhoff here and Alistair Kirk here in the leads of the GT3 pros. They don't seem like they've got any sign whatsoever. However, I would say actually keep an eye on Simon Rahowski, because they were gapping him a little bit, Ewan, and now the fact he's right back up, I wonder if they're trying to slow the pace down a little bit here.
They were briefly gapping him, however, you say that, but it was a 48.3 from both of the leaders last time. That's only a tenth away from their best lap time of the race so far. However, if they've been going at a reduced pace the entire race, then their best lap might not be something that we can really draw off. And obviously the qualifying times will be a bit out of whack with what we're seeing in the race as well. So it is hard to know for the moment. That little traffic we do have out there, of course, as well, may play into a bit of a factor here. That Mike Shepherd and Alexander Catchpole still just under 4 seconds apart from each other right now. And they'll be making their way through on these three cars. See, pushing hard between themselves. But yeah, not much just choose between those two teams just for the moment. And Shepherd's is going to be held up quite badly here, actually. Into Ascari. This is exactly where you don't really want to catch 3 cars in a row if you're an LMP2.
Man, it's fine. It's fine. The LMP2, jeez, just absolutely cuts up Simon Rahowski here. Will be straight past Alistair Kirk and Yannick Burkhoff here. Yeah, that I agree. That's not where you want to meet them as an LMP2 car, but equally, if you're behind the wheel of an GT3 car, I don't know how you are at sim racing, but for me, when I'm in a GT3 car and I come across an LMP2 car, there's a little bit of poo comes out, because I get so intimidated when you see one of these cars just come up absolutely flying up behind you.
It can be very intimidating indeed. I have to say, I didn't often do a lot of multi-class racing in the slowest class, I've got to say, but it is intimidating. There's no doubt about that. As Alistair Catchpole, I don't know why I'd keep doing that. Alistair Catchpole just splits this leading group up just ever so slightly and ever so briefly as well Oddie Simpson going to have to do that little bit of work to get onto the back once again of the leaders as we go back to the battle for second place. And Jerome Reigns, who's had a fantastic first stint in this car, 303 Racing and their Porsche, of course, set to move up to second in the GT3 AM Championship with this drive here at the moment. They are currently in third, but with Twisted Racing Team not attending today, they're going to be gaining quite a few points towards the over 50 mark. So going to be a great day for 303 Racing by the looks of things. And Reigns, let's not forget, started was the last car in the field to actually get going and start this race. So it's a great recovery from Reigns there, and to go from the back to second in one stint is a very good performance. And you get the feeling that this might be the ceiling for them now, because catching that over 40-second margin is going to be very, very hard.
I think by hard you mean next to impossible, given the pace that they've got just now. That's the difficulty with that, is the fact that, you know, they're able to clear that car behind them, Robert Gilbert, in that SPR Esports Delta machine. But the problem is that, you know, realistically, it's not going to happen. Although 3 hours 10 minutes left to go, something might happen to Simon Rahowski that's not within or outside the realm's possibility, or rather something might happen to that Puma Hockenheim yellow. However, with the fact that they're leading the championship so strongly right now, I would suggest that the ball is firmly in the court of that number 70 machine.
It is. They're currently in third, just in behind. We're just about 10 minutes away from the hour now, where we really could see the first stops of the day coming in. I just want to go back to a bit of a tyre discussion as well, because I've been reading the chat in the for the Endurance Series. There's a lot of transparency actually between the two teams in LMP2, the two remaining teams in LMP2, V3 Racing and Effect Esports. Because it is just the two of them, they're actually sharing a bit of information about their own strategy publicly, which you don't see very often. But what I have seen is Paul Busby going to get in the car at the end of this stint for Catchpole, I think, and he says going to take tyres. Now, he mentioned that tyres actually are not really necessary after 2 stints in LMP2. However, they're going to anyway, just because why not, basically. I find that a very interesting call, because I find it very interesting that he said they could easily go 2 hours. Now, normally it's the GT3s that are able to go that little bit longer. They're normally able to do 2 hours plus on tyres, whereas the LMP2s might not make it, might only do a double stint, for example. I wonder whether that means the GT3s really will be going for the double stint, and it might be a pretty normal thing to see. But obviously we'll have to wait for the actual pit stops to happen, and we, obviously if they get towards that 1 minute 10 mark, then we'll know that the GT3s have changed tyres after only 1 hour, although I do find that a little unlikely, especially given what the LMP2 drivers have been saying.
Yeah, that does seem a bit strange though, doesn't it? I mean, the simple fact is that the tyres do go through a lot of punishment here because of the very high speed nature of the course. But for me, I would have thought like a track like Imola would have been much more demanding for the tyres than Monza here, because you know it's stop start for a couple of times and then you're off again. It's mainly sort of high speed corners. So yeah, I can't see any drivers changing tyres after the first stop. But again, the other thing is though, if you're thinking about the entire 4 hours, do you want to try and throw your ace card or throw a joker card and just try and do what everyone else is not?
Well, that is the thing. I think this kind of race does very much encourage that. So let's see about that really. Still the two leaders now in GT3 getting away now. Simon Rahowski's stint at the front of the field starting to come to an end really. He has lost a few seconds now. And ever since he's lost that draft, he is now in the 150s. It was 150.0 for him last time, which is a lot slow. And it does show you what the draft was doing there in terms of helping him. He's now right on par with those others in GT3 AM who are doing a very similar lap time as things stand. So they are back down to earth a little bit. As you can just see, Alistair Kirk getting very close to the back of the Audi just in front, although with no intention to overtake. The two of them come over the line again. Should be at least 4 more laps for them if they're in in a good position in terms of fuel. And Iracing once again so close, and this time going for a move. Maybe now is the moment for them. They break late on the inside line. Yannick Burkhoff decides to turn in that little bit later, take things that little bit easier going into turn 1. And so we do have a lead change for the first time in GT3. And Yannick Burkhoff didn't exactly put up too much of a fight. He's probably secretly a bit glad to see Iracing going through, and maybe it's his turn now to save that little bit of fuel as Eclipse Racing Team become the first team in GT3 to come in.
Absolutely, Simon Dodd into the pits. It just looked a bit strange. That it looked more like it was a choreographed move between these two than an actual dive for the lead of the race here. It felt like perhaps, as you said, it's Alistair Kirk's time to take the reins here and drag Yannick Burkhoff along. It certainly would make sense for these two to work together. That would be the most sensible thing for this race in terms of dropping everybody else out there. As you can see there, having a little look. Okay, I'll maybe take that back then, Ewan. Maybe this is actually for the lead of the race then, because that seemed a bit of a strange place to hand things over, but that was a definite look there from Yannick Burkhoff here. So, 54 minutes in, and we've got a battle for the lead. I'll take that.
Yes, I will absolutely as well. It's great to see it. This is the kind of racing you do see at Monza, though. The field just generally stay quite close together because of the amount of draft you can get around here. And no disrespect to Rahowski, but without the draft, he wouldn't have been able to stay so close. As we've got a pit stop, Yannick Burkhoff is in more than 5 minutes before the hour. This is very interesting, as Simon Dodd also, as we're seeing there, is changing tyres in the Eclipse Racing Team car. Also another couple of stops to report in GT3, or one stop I should say. Dom Goodsell, Michael Fairchild, it is 2 stops. Fuel only for Fairchild. Tyres for Goodsell. We're also seeing Thomas Reiter and Loris Aldeguerri in the pit lane. Luis Rivera Colon also in the pit lane. These cars cannot make the hour like they normally do. This is a surprise.
Isn't it just? Well, that has kind of thrown a lot up into the air here, because obviously we're seeing cars coming out of the pits here. That's the 33 of Michael Fairchild down in 5th position, already going a lap down. So I presume that's one of the cars, Ewan, that's taken on tyres just now. But I mean, this is not what I expected, put it that way, from the opening part of this race, the opening pit stop of this race. I don't think Yannick Burkhoff has taken any tyres on that one though. 42 seconds on the pit stop there.
No tyres from anyone yet inside the GT3 Pros. Obviously, we had Simon Dodd earlier. However, discounting him, anyone who pitted on this lap has not taken tyres on this occasion. What about Luis Riviera Colon? It's another no tyre stop. So not many tyres being taken on here. Simon Dodd and Dom Goodsell have done. But other than that, it is no tyres. Now, another lap here for RD Simsport, and they'll be laughing all the way home, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. Into the pit lane for Alistair Kirk. Sam Rahowski was also able to go 1 lap further, and it looks like he's going to have to come in at the end of this lap here as well. Let's wait and see on that one. Oh no, Rahowski's able to go 1 more again. He's so good at saving fuel, and was clearly doing quite a lot of it when he was tucked in behind there. We'll be able to update you on the order of all of these classes, of course, when it all shakes out, but let's see if Alistair Kirk takes tyres here or not. You'd expect him to match what Lipa Esports do here. Whether they think it's the right call or not, I think it's the safest thing to do for them, is to just match what Lipa have done.
Well, it's going to be another 20 seconds or so in the pits for this car here then for Alistair Clark, and again with that 4 hours, 3 hours left to go now, they're 1/4 of the way down. Again, it all falls on Yannick Burkhoff, who's just going to be coming around the final corner just now.
Let's see, it's going to be close between these guys. Out of Parabolica comes Burkhoff, and already going for Kirk. He's already on his way. No tyres, no driver change. Of course, his pit stop was actually a second longer. However, Burkhoff is still going to be behind, I think, here. Not entirely sure where he's lost all the time. But Alistair Kirk has done a great in-lap there, clearly, because Burkhoff is actually nowhere near him here. There is a few car laps between, and despite having a 1 second longer stop there for RD Simsport, there's still a few car laps in that one. Burkhoff's going to have to work hard to get back into the slipstream.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused if I'm honest with that one. 1.1 seconds that he's gained out of that pit stop. Now, was that just in terms of being able to do one more lap, or was that in terms of, you know, maybe it was a better in lap? I'm really not sure on that one. However, I definitely don't think that it's going to be anywhere near over as Simon Rahowski comes into the pit lane, because now that gap coming under 1 second. So, you know, Bokov here is on an absolute mission.
He is, but he has to be. This is such an important part of the race for Burkov here, I think, because if he loses the slipstream, then he's going to be in big trouble here in this race. He needs to grab some of that draft if he wants to just keep getting towed along here. There's another GT3 just up in front of these guys as well at the moment. I think it's Jacob Pegg in the Satellite Racing McLaren. And if the Audi Simsport Lamborghini is able to get some slipstream of him, then they really could be pulling away quite dramatically. But 8 tenths is the gap. These two just absolutely trying to outdo the other as Sam Rahowski comes in from the lead in GT3 overall after a fantastic opening stint for him. He's got the luxury of actually being able to afford taking tyres and still coming out in the lead here, although I don't think he will be. He isn't indeed. He just does his fuel and then he's on his way again. We'll see where he is compared to these two actually. I think he'll be a few seconds behind. And he is in the end there, you just saw him on the right hand side. So he certainly will have lost the draft, but he's still got a huge lead in GT3 AM. Ball with Burkov, and you can just see here that he is just that so much closer to RD Simsport than he was this time last lap. Definitely back in the slipstream, back in the safety zone you could say. Being able to lift and save that little bit of fuel and close in again into the Della Roggia. It's going to be a great fight between these two throughout this race. There's no doubt about that. And that is the Satellite Racing McLaren. You can just see in behind there for Jacob Pegg. 57 seconds worth of a pit stop for him last lap. Not entirely sure what that points to. Might be 2 tyres, but that will be slightly bizarre, especially at a circuit like this with no real high-speed corners with big load on one side of the car. Surely you wouldn't go for rears, surely, or something like that in a GT3, but you never know. Not entirely sure what the call is there for Satellite Racing, but either way, they've dropped that little bit of time due to that. And so, yeah, they're now last of the running cars in the overall and GT3. So 4 cars took tyres on that last stop, and they've ended up in the bottom 4 of those still running. Obviously, that's just counting Ethan Bass in the Orbit Motorsports Mercury car that, of course, hasn't come in. He was in after issues on lap 20, so expecting to see him go for a good deal longer yet. Although he's well off kilter now in terms of strategy. You can see him in 7th now. Quite a few seconds down on the cars in front, etc. Through the second chicane again. Yannick Burkov just applying that pressure where he can, or indeed just biding his time, waiting for now. So just under 3 hours remaining for these drivers, and not too long to wait until actually we get some LMP2 pit stops again. Those two teams only separated by 7 seconds at the moment, but Mike Shepard does seem to have the slight edge over Alistair Catchpole. Seems like Paul Busby will be getting into the 111, and Darnell Paul will probably be getting into the V3 Racing LMP2 as well. A team that will secure themselves the title as long as they can get to the 2-hour mark. Less than 57 minutes to go until they will be crowned champions, as long as they make it there, of course. They've got to complete 50% race distance to be able to crown themselves champions. There's still 10 hours of the season remaining as Yannick Perkov makes his way down the inside, and he's back to the lead for Lipa Esports. This is the replay of it. It's a nice simple move, and Oddie Sims, but once again letting them have that one.
Yeah, that was that was fairly straightforward for Yannick Boykov here, but again, look at RD Simsport. They're right still on the tail here. Now we're starting to get a fight. Now we're going for it down into the second chicane here, but the Audi says no, thank you very much. I mean, that Lamborghini seems very, very comfortable, just sort of sitting behind and maybe trying to save a little bit of fuel here, but. Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit feisty, and I'm just hoping that there's not a little bit too much aggression here from these two, given that they're the closest battle that we've got by far on track.
It is. It's the most interesting one, there's no doubt about that. I mean, I'm surprised that Burkov has actually taken the bait there and gone for the lead again, because if you look at the last stint, RG Simsport were able to save a whole lap of fuel behind the Audi there. That's not going to put, if that happens 4 times, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to make the hour. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to cut out a whole extra stop. It does mean they're going to be able to put 4 less laps in that splash and dash that they're all going to have late on in this race. So surely Lipa Esports have got to learn and got to know that Oddie Simsport have got the measure of them at the moment, and they can't afford to lead for a whole stint like they did last time. But that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, they seem to take it with kind of both hands here. We'll see in a second, because we'll see if that Lamborghini decides to try and make a move here. I don't think it will. I think it's just going to happily, yeah, there we go, happily just sitting in the background there and not actually trying to make a move here. So that's, you've called that one right away, Ewan. That's exactly what they're doing. They're just trying to save fuel, and they're just making the Audi do all the hard work here.
Yes. Just trying to, yeah, get that bit of a fuel advantage before they change drivers, of course. Maybe Lipa Esports have got confidence in their driving lineup, and they think they do have the measure anyway. But let's see. I have a feeling this is going to stay very close, judging how evenly matched these two are. Anyway, it just depends on the teammates, of course, a little bit later on. The news as well from LMP2, or at least I've known this for a little while. If you're in the Discord as well, you probably will have known this for quite a long time as well. Daniel Paul confirming he will be getting into the car. Paul Busby confirming he'll be getting into his. But both of those LMP2 cars will be boxing at the 2-hour mark, unfortunately, and retiring from this race, knowing that they will have got the points from that LMP2 race. V3 Racing will be known as champions by then as well. Effect Esports, despite the fact they're so close at the moment, it has to be said. They're not far at all from each other, but clearly neither team wanting to continue on after 2 hours and after the points have been clinched, so they will be boxing after that point and being done with it in this race. So that's a real shame to see. However, that looks like what they're going to do here, I'm afraid. And that, of course, has also meant that the both of them will be changing tyres at the end of this stop as well. It's not really necessary for them to do so, as we said earlier on. But V3 Racing are also going to respond to that and do the same. Just see one of the LMP2s in the background there, closing in on these guys, and they're not too far away from actually making pit stops here in this race. I actually think Effect Esports will be in at the end of this next lap. I know it seems early, but Monza is really drinking the fuel heavily today, gulping the fuel today. And so at the end of this next lap, Alistair Catchpole should be in for the final time today before he gets out for good. So that'll be something to watch as V3 Racing get through on the GT3 leaders. LMP2 pit stops very much upon us, but there is a bit of a gap, quite a gap developing. As in the background there, Sam Rahalski just went off. We're going on board with an LMP2 briefly. They're just to Sam Rahalski. It looked like it was a simple outbraking though into the second chicane, unfortunately for Sam Rahalski. On board though with Mike Sheppers. This is the V3 Racing Delara at the moment. He won't be pitting at the end of this lap, I don't think. He can still go another 4 laps. However, we will be seeing one from the other LMP2 as the GT3 AM leader has gone off the road at LMP2. This is how it happened. This is the first corner, and he's still gingerly getting back up to pace again after the second chicane hit. Just, is he slightly on the grass, maybe on the entry there? He spins around. Oh, and Pandawan had to take to the gravel there to avoid. Satellite able to get around as well. But Sam Rahowski continues on. I think he's back up to speed now as Alistair Catchpole comes into the pit lane. I think Rahowski's back up to speed now, but it just shows anything can happen. And even with a minute's lead, they have not got this race won. As Dom Goodsell off the road at turn 1. He was just in behind Ethan Bass, but dropped a bit further behind. I think this is just a simple outbraking, and then instead of bouncing across those curves and having to go across the grass, decides to just go straight on instead. There's Paul Busby though. Just getting in. And Effect Esports trying to chase down V3 Racing, but it does look like V3 Racing have the measure of Effect Esports, and of course if they complete 50 more minutes, they've got the motivation of being crowned champions already at V3 Racing, so they'll be very, very pleased and really, really happy with the way that this season has gone so far. It's been pretty flawless from them. And once again, they look like they're on their way to their second race win of the season so far, which is, yeah, absolutely fantastic.
It's not a bad day at the office, is it? When you can kind of secure the title with a round in hand, it makes you look like you've absolutely nailed it this season. But to be fair, I mean, look, it's went right down to the wire for a lot of these championships.
It has, and it will continue to do so. For example, GT3 AM will go down to the final race, I think. It's possible that it doesn't, but it's pretty unlikely. We are going to see that finale play itself out. The GT3 Pro also, we are going to see things wrapped up early, quite possibly. Body Simsport just in behind at Lipa Esports Red at the moment, but even if they win and overhaul them in this race, if they finish 1 and 2, Lipa will be crowned champions. They do have to go a bit further than half distance, so it's not quite like V3 Racing. They would have to get that result. However, they do have matters in their own hands, as we do have a fight on here for 6th overall. Loris Al-Ghaheri tucked in behind the Lamborghini of Simon Rahowski. Does he want to go through here or not? Not really. This is of course a Pro versus AM fight, so it's a little bit different. However, I think Al-Ghaheri deciding that it's more beneficial to stay behind and save the fuel, even of a car actually in the lower class. It's more beneficial to save the fuel here rather than actually go on your own and try and close down some margins on your own. He's just trying to make that work at the moment. Can report a little bit further down that Simon Dodd with those new tyres has gotten through Michael Fairchild for 9th overall. That was also a Pro on AM fight, so it wasn't too much behind that one. However, it is a mark of the tyres and how much they're benefiting at the moment, or indeed how little compared to maybe what you expected, because seeing this in the AMs particularly, not really gaining them much time, despite the fact that those guys are on new tyres, of course, should be gaining time, not really happening for them, I'm afraid. That's always an interesting one, but you do get the feeling around Monza, because there are so few corners, and obviously some of them are chicanes as well, slow speed chicanes, that the tyres really aren't making much of a difference at all, and seem to be the case so far.
Well, that's what I wondered, Ewan, was the fact that, you know, you could take tyres on, but I just can't see how much of I can't see them doing a massive difference, if that makes sense. And, you know, I keep talking about tracks like, you know, say Imola or Spa or something like that, where I think that tyre change would give you a significant advantage over your rivals here, but I think the tyres are a very minimal impact on the overall pace here. Just wanted to bring one other thing to your attention as well. Ethan Bass on the recovery drive. Now, granted, he's going to be kind of out of sync. Now, he might have taken fuel on when he jumped back into the car. that actually might not have damaged him too much with that thing if he's out now, because he's already back up in the battle for 11th and 12th.
Absolutely. He's, of course, around those who have made full tyre stops, and this is the fight we're referring to, with Jerome Reigns just up in front. There's Ethan Bass. He is currently at last running car of the GT3 Pro, looking to make his way through here, but I actually don't think it's the worst thing in the world for them, as Mike Shepherd comes in. He's actually 1 lap earlier than expected. He was able to do 23 laps on the first stint, but that was only 22. You know, it's fairly academic at this stage. Ethan Bass just in behind then, trying to make his way through here. And the reason why I don't think it's too much of a bad thing, obviously they would have liked and preferred not to have had a disconnection earlier for Jack Stiles. Of course, that would have been ideal. However, what they have got as an advantage, they go down the inside of the 303 now, and that should be a nice move. There it is. So he moves up a position. That's 11th in the overall standings now for Ethan Bass. But you've got to think about, they won't have to make a splash and dash later on, because they've technically already made it, if you like. They're going to a point now where they'll be able to pit pretty soon, in the next 20 minutes or so, but they'll be in the pit lane. They'll make their second stop of the day effectively, but they'll be able to do 3 more full fuel stints, and they'll be able to get to the end from there. So they have actually done their splash and dash early, if you like. It's just the downside, of course, they had to actually get a new driver connected as well, which obviously cost them a lot of time.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out as well, because obviously it's shown that their pit time, last pit time was 7.78 seconds. So again, they would have pitted quite early, so they would only had a minimal amount of fuel to possibly put into the car there. So yeah, I honestly I think they're going to fly under the radar for the rest of the couple of hours here. I think they could easily look to potentially get a top 5 out of this, and given they've had a disconnection, I think they'd be very happy with that result.
Absolutely. I don't think it's going to be easy for them, but I do think it's possible for them to be able to get that kind of finish out of today. So we'll see where they get to. I mean, I'm trying to work out how much fuel they would actually have on board at this stage of the race, because they pitted after 2/3 of a GT3 stint. So I mean, I don't quite know how Iracing works maybe as good as I should do, but to me that would suggest, or it could possibly suggest, that that car, when Ethan Bass connected to it, actually had 1/3 of a tank sat there waiting, and then they filled up for 7.7 seconds. However, to me, that's not a very long fuel stint for start. That's less than a quarter of a stint. So they'd have, what, just over half an hour's worth of fuel. Well, for a start, they've been out there for more than half a stint now. So it just suggests to me, I reckon that actually Iracing might have given them a whole new car. And, you know, new tyres, full tank of fuel and everything, despite their pit stop time there. As you think, when you get a new driver connected after a disconnection there, you might get a full new tank. Although I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if you're any more aware on whether they do or not. However, I've got an inkling that they might actually have had a full tank to start this stint on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out, because I think the way that it works in iRacing is when you get towed back to the pits, it's the virtual condition of the car as it was. Because when you think about it, you've still got to get any repairs and things like that. So if you crash and escape back to the pits, you get towed as that car is. I don't believe you get fuel or tyres or anything like that given. Again, with disconnections, I'm not sure, but I think that counts as as the same as just kind of escaping back to the pits. But we'll certainly see. Although Ethan Bass and Jerome Reigns are duking it out, I'm wondering if Jerome Reigns having a little bit of connection issues here.
I think he's, yeah, maybe, but he's dropping back a little bit now, I'm afraid. There is Ethan Bass, you can see, and there's Reigns in the background, so he's just dropped a few seconds in those last few laps. Yeah, that's the thing, really. I know that when you're towed back to pit lane, obviously you don't get a full new tank straight away. That would be weird. But certainly, disconnection, is it counted as the same as being towed back and whatever? Not entirely sure. As we look at the gap here now in the lead of this race, there's lap traffic around here, and all of a sudden a gap between the top two in GT3 Pro. Now, I have a feeling that lap traffic may have played a part in this fight between Lipert and RD Simsport. So they go down towards turn 1 again. Out in the background, I think, there. Or is it? No, that's not Fairchild at all, sorry. That's got Dominic Goodsell background and trying to get through on the SBR Esports Tango Lamborghini now. But I think lap traffic is coming to effect here because all of a sudden a 1.3 second gap as these two are almost pushing each other along at this point.
I think that's exactly what's happening here. Ewan. I think that Loris Aldeguerri is onto the back. He's saving fuel behind Simon Rahowski, and he's almost willing him on to get further up the field here. But yeah, I mean that's why I switched over to Yannick Bokov there, because I'm stunned to see that gap. We saw that happened again where the Audi jumped in front and Lamborghini was trying to save fuel, but that's not going to work if that gap is almost non-existent.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not convinced there wasn't lap traffic involvement in that one there. And so now RD Simsport are going to have to work exceptionally hard to get back to the leaders once again. These two are obviously a lot closer, but they are working together here at this stage in the race. And who can really blame them? Given the situation they're in, I think Celeritas are really aiming for a podium here, trying to chase down Thomas Reiter in the Pandawan car, but they continue to lose time. Not quite got the pace to really close in for a sec. But yeah, just under a minute for Rahowski. We're saying that he hasn't quite got the pace. I mean, he's got the pace and the measure of all the other GT3 AM cars. He's actually started to lap some of them as well with the satellite car of Jacob Pegg, you can just see in the background. We're not taking anything away from. It's been a great drive as Will Busby makes his way through on another lap car as well. About 40 minutes until the 2-hour mark for them. Yeah, this is the closest battle on circuit, and it's more a case of Rahowski being pushed by Aldeguerri and them trying to close down on Thomas Reiter in the fight for third place.
Yeah, certainly is. So we're going to keep our eye on these battles that are kind of all the way through the field here. As we said, an hour and 20 minutes gone in this 4 hours of Monza here on World Series legs. It's fantastic to be here with you. Ewan O'Leary is alongside myself, David Christie, taking the reins. He's away to get a little glass of water and a little bit of refreshment. My goodness, he's earned it, covering almost the entirety of the opening 25 minutes to half an hour while I frantically run around behind the scenes and get cables all plugged in. But it's all good now because you wouldn't have noticed anything has gone on because the battles are few and far between. Everybody just out there for the 4 hours doing their own little thing. They're just plodding away, getting the laps in, getting everything done as much as they possibly can here. So we're currently watching. This is a battle between our AM leader Simon Rahowski, who is just ahead of this car that we've got focused here, the Celeritas Sim Racing Invictus machine, the white and green number 18 machine of Loris Aldeguerri, and chasing down your AM leader of Simon Rahowski. Now that gap is 0.5 of a second, but the lead battle that we've been watching for the GT3 Pro cars is between Yannick Bokov here in the number 5 Audi, and way ahead of that RD Simsport WSL machine now. The Lamborghini in second place was about 0.5 of a second to 0.3 of a second behind this Audi, and there was a little bit of fuel saving going on. We were wondering why the Audi was kind of falling for having to make the move and push things along right now. And we've noticed things are developing massively. So I think the RD Simsport WSL are on a different fuel strategy right now. Certainly from the looks of it, because Liper Esports Red are stretching away by about, what, 1/10 of a second every single sector of this race here. Paul Busby ends up having a little trip across the grass there, gets back on with no real issues there whatsoever. But Loris Aldeguerri on to the back there of Simon Rahowski now. Another battle that we've got going on right now is between Dom Goodsell down there in where's that? That is 4th position in the AM battle, just ahead of the Satellite Racing GT AM driver. Sorry, the SPR Esports Tango driver. So that is the 35 versus the 34. So the two of these cars just making their way through the Ascari chicane just now. And again, the gaps close and they ebb and they flow. They get in really, really tight, and they head out as well. And again, an hour and 23 minutes. We've got, what's that, 2 hours and 35 minutes left to go in the race. And Ewan, I mean, obviously we're watching how things unfold, and it's not the biggest of races that we've had all season, but it is still just as important.
It is important, and it is a good race at the moment as well, especially in the GT3s. I know the LMP2s are certainly being dominated by V3 Racing at the moment, although that gap's not exactly large either. Yeah, it's certainly all about the GT3s in terms of what we have been watching so far, and where most of the interest is. Of course, that battle between Simparty Racing and SPR Esports Tango was, we'll see, 4th position, and here it is in terms of a replay. Tom Goodstow just going off at the second chicane and then nearly off again at the second Lesmo. And that's how the two of them got so close, because I do think Goodstow has a bit of a pace advantage in the end. These two both, of course, having taken tyres on during that previous stint. But this is my worry for RD Simsport really earlier on in the race. If they ever lost the draft of LMP2 Esports, then they might not get it back, and they might just continue to lose time. And I think that worry is coming true a little bit right now, because while Alistair Cook is able to match Burkhoff, he's not quite able to really gain anything on him anymore either, so it's a bit concerning really, and this gap may just continue to balloon now for the rest of the stint.
That's what I've been noticing as well, Ewan, is the fact that the lap times seem to be about 2/10 off from Alistair Kirk in that second place. So yeah, he's lost the toe, but we saw it when the likes of Burkhoff came out of the pits and Burkhoff was behind that Lamborghini. The Audi was able to catch up very, very quickly. I think the Lamborghini would be able to catch up if it wanted to, but I'm genuinely thinking now that Lamborghini is on a different fuel saving map.
It could well be, but I don't see the advantage of it if at this point. I mean, even the 4 laps they're projected to get, or were projected to get earlier, I don't think would be saved by 2 seconds there. So I don't know at this stage whether they've got something up their sleeve for later on, as we see Celeritas trying to make their way through on Simon Rahowski in the MSC Puma Hockenheim car, and there it is up the inside line for Celeritas. Rahowski, you can be sure, just gave that to them. Didn't really want to try and have a fight into turn 1 there, and he's gonna try and benefit from some of the slipstream here now, as everybody's been doing off of him earlier on in the races. I think we've had a change of position here. The Lamborghini all of a sudden in front of the Ferrari. I think it was the other way around before, and indeed it was. The Ferrari went off at turn 1 by the looks of things. Not the first time they've broken too late actually for the first chicane.
That's strange, that one. That's almost a carbon copy of how those two positions changed round last time round. So, heaven forbid, we've actually got 2 cars within half a second of each other. You've got Loris Aldeguerri and Simon Rahowski, and now Bori Johannes Antonius Peterson alongside Dom Goodhill. So, yeah, okay, I'll take that. It'll pass the time a little bit.
It should be a good fight between them, and yeah, it's an all-out battle here, which makes it a little bit of added importance. Just in behind there as pro driver Thomas Reiter as well for Pandawan. He's 3rd at the moment in the overall, so we are getting lap traffic in the GT3s, and there is Thomas Reiter. Let's see, driving for them at the moment, and of course 3rd in the standings right now. 1, 2, 3, by the way, are actually the 1, 2, 3 in the standings the way they are. So the race and the standings have a bit of symmetry going on at the front of GT3 Pro. They do in LMP2 as well, the way things are, or at least the way things will be after this race anyway. So we go back to the leader in AMP. Now this is exactly what I was expecting Rahowski to do. He could feasibly go down the inside of Aldeguerri there, but he just doesn't want to into turn 1, and you can't really blame him, because it's just not beneficial for him to go up the inside there. He's going to stay behind, and I'd imagine this is going to be the same story for the next 20 minutes until we get the first pit stops, the second pit stops once again. Similar story for them. We're only 10 laps away, by the way, from LMP2 pit stop for Effect Esports. They've been doing 21 lap stints. and they're only 10 laps away from that right now, which is about 15-20 minutes or so away from doing that. So they'll be in about the same time once again as the GT3s, as they always tend to be. But we have already heard at the 2-hour mark they are going to pull into the pit lane, unfortunately having gotten their points for the day. So yeah, that will be at the end of the LMP2s. Unfortunately, we will get GT3 overall winners by the looks of things, even though it will take them quite a while to actually unlap themselves. It will be able to do it by the end of the race, obviously. So we'll see when they can manage that, and who is going to finish overall winner here. You can imagine it's going to come down between Lippert and RD Simsport, but the gap grows to 2.5 seconds now. Yannick Burkhoff just trying to use that advantage he's got by being out of the slipstream of the car behind, and he's trying to really take that advantage home from here. Been seeing those drivers putting themselves against one another, of course, but it all depends on their teams and their teammates and how quick they are compared to each other, rather than just those drivers on their own. So that's where the real interest is going to be, when I presume we're going to get driver changes at the end of this next stop.
I would imagine so. That's going to be coming up to what, half an hour, or sorry, halfway through the race unit for the GT3s. I would imagine the LMP2s, they'll possibly do it in the they'll probably do it in the 2-hour mark as well. It would make sense, wouldn't it, to just kind of split the race in two?
It would. However, yeah, it's hard to do it exactly in two, but as best you can, especially in the GT3s. Normally we do actually see it, because it's normally a 3-stop race, 4-stint race. You do 2 each with a driver. However, that's not going to be the case here, because obviously they're making 4 stops today rather than the usual 3. However, just trying to cut this race in half is entirely possible, and I think this is a very manageable race distance for all of the individual drivers, especially now. Obviously these drivers especially would have been going through the whole thing with qualifying and then nearly 2 hours of this race, but especially for drivers at this level, it's very feasible for these guys to be doing 2-hour stints. It's not going to be too taxing for them, really. Should be absolutely fine as the LMP2 makes their way through, and still keeping an eye on Ethan Bass here, because he is now on his 29th lap of this stint now in that car, and he's going to be the next driver to come into pit lane. I was given a full tank of fuel on the reconnection there because of the disconnection that they had after 20 laps of this race. Still looking to see where they can get to by the end of this one. He has been gaining on Louis Rivera-Curlon for Brabham Esports there. By the way, we had a bit of news about Brabham Esports early on. It's one of the SIM3D team. However, our results sheet doesn't seem to suggest that, but someone in the chat suggesting that that's the case instead. So I'm not entirely sure what is the truth there, but either way, that apparently is the case. Yeah, it's going to be Ethan Bass who's going to be next in the pit lane. He's just gone past the pit lane again. So while a lot of drivers, or a fair few drivers, only managed 29 laps last time, the great majority were on 30 laps, and he actually did his best lap of the race so far on that most recent lap. So that's an impressive drive from him so late on in this stint. I'll be interested to see what he does about tyres here. I think he'll be getting out of the car more stint on this set, especially if they're brand new for the start of this stint and then go to the end from the next ones. And even if it's not the case, I don't think doing 2.5 hours is too unreasonable. 2 hours 20, if you like, is too unreasonable for these drivers, especially. Still nearly 2.5 hours remaining here. Bass is in the final sector now. He's right at the back of Michael Fairchild, actually. There is another fight going on other than this one. And here it is. There's Fairchild in front anyway, and there's Bass just you can see in the background. Very close indeed, but might be making that right-hand turn onto pit lane very soon. 30th lap of the stint so far, and here he comes. Ethan Bass in the pit lane then. And you'd imagine he'll stay in that car. Urbic Motorsport Mercury trying to get into that top 5 in the GT3 Pro order. It has to be a target for them, and it might be one that they can manage actually, but it is going to be difficult, especially given the start that they had, for them to be able to do that. Jack Stiles gets back in the car though.
I think you in confirmation about Simon Rahowski's tactics here on the back of Loris Aldegheri. It's exactly what Loris was doing to Simon here, was just hanging on the tail end of that car and just making sure that the fuel saving was at its absolute maximum. However, I've also noticed a little bit further up, Alistair Kirk, in fact there they are, bump drafting up the start finish straight from the Lambo onto the back of the Audi. We're pushing each other all the way here, and I was away to say Alistair Kirk catching up to the back of Yannick Bokov there, but now just dropped back another half a second.
Yeah, last lap around he caught by 3 tenths, but he does need a little bit more than that as Jack Stiles does take on a full set of fuel and tyres. I do find it always risky, and there he is just getting those tyres. I always do find it risky when a driver who's already experienced a disconnection getting back into the car again. They're obviously very confident that it's not going to happen again, but it would always be in the back of my mind anyway if I was a driver who had previously disconnected from a race but thrown back in there again. It's always going to be at the back of your mind.
I think it is to a certain extent, but the problem is that their hands might be tied on this, Ewan, in terms of the fair driving rules. So if they've only got the 2 drivers available for today and one of them has the issues, absolutely, like, I'd be really, really worried. If I'm Ethan Bass right now, I'm like just watching the connection status of Jack Stiles all the time like a hawk right now. But there's nothing more he can do. If these 2 are the only drivers available for today, they kind of just have to plod their way through it.
Absolutely, and the half an hour that he did earlier will not be enough. 30% of 4 hours is difficult, but it's I think it's 1 hour 12. I think it's hard to work out because 25% would be an hour, wouldn't it? And then 5% would be what, 12 minutes maybe? Yeah.
I think you're about spot on. It's probably about like an hour and a third or something like that.
Yeah. So if he does this stint, then he'll be absolutely fine, and then he can get back in again. But obviously he's got to hold on for 55 minutes, and it will be a very nerve-wracking stint for him. I guess we're going to find out as well where they come out at the end of all this pit stop cycle, because when it all shakes out, of course, and when the majority of the GT3 field come in is coming up soon. Obviously they'll all be around Jack Stiles, but there is the pass. Sam Rahowski getting back through again on the Solaritas car. It's an exchange of position I wasn't expecting, actually. I was expecting Rahowski to stay behind because I actually think the Audi had the measure of him in terms of pace, but clearly not. They're going to continue to change.
I think that was more you and though that Aldegheri had the measure of Simon Rahowski. He knew exactly what he was up to and thought, right, well, I need to save a little bit of fuel for my race as well, because while it's fun watching these two aren't actually racing each other for position. It's overall maybe, but for class it's a completely different kettle of fish. So there's no real benefit to one another kind of forcing the issue here. So I would imagine Aldegheri is just slipping in behind so he can get a little bit of fuel saving done himself.
Yeah, I think you're right. You've both got to kind of share the work in terms of that. The leaders, by the way, are about 6 or 7 laps away from stopping at the moment, so we're not too far away, and the overall leaders are even closer than that, actually. 3 laps at the line for Paul Busby to make his pit stop here, and for V3 Racing, we assume they're going to do 22 laps again. They're about 7 laps away at the line, so they're not far away from stopping. But it is going to be that chaotic point in the race where the GT3s and LMP2s come into the pit lane at the same time. Excuse me, it's going to be a little bit busier than maybe you do see normally However, not too much busier, really. I mean, the GT3 pit stops last time were quite busy, so it's not too much of a change from normal. Meanwhile, on the last lap, Jacob Pegg did his fastest lap of the race so far. It was a 1 minute 50.0, and it's always good to see driver getting best lap in so far. And I have to say, good to see the McLaren on the field always. I know I mention it constantly when I'm commentating on GT3s and Iracing, but it is my favourite car in the game, in the sim. Sorry, whatever. But yeah, the McLaren is out there at the moment. Unfortunately, it's last running car in AM, and Jack Stowers is only behind him at the moment, partly down to that previous pit stop. However, and still Satellite Racing out there at the moment, just doing what they can in GT3 AM, and looking to build, of course, on their first podium of the season last time out at Spa.
Yeah, look, the McLaren is a beautiful, beautiful looking car. There's no doubt in that. It's a shame almost that, you know, in the same way that it's a shame that nobody really takes the Ford GT. I think it's slightly different though with the McLaren, is that it tends to be unfavourably looked on from the iRacing gods, and the old bop doesn't tend to be too favourable for the McLaren to make it too competitive. But again, Jacob Pegg and the team at Satellite Racing GTAM doing a grand job of finishing the season out. You know, 2 races left to go, and they haven't just thrown their cards in. They're still turning up, and they're still putting the laps in, and you know, hats off to them.
Yeah, I think it's not only the BOP, but its own rear end actually that undoes it sometimes here, because it is not the most stable.
I was trying to be nice,
especially at the rear. Yeah, well, I've got to put some blame onto the car at all, and not just iRacing in general. Although obviously the older generation cars are obviously a bit slower, but we see that in real life too. So what's new? Also, can't remember the last time I saw a BMW Z4 anywhere. In GT3s, unfortunately. I think it actually might be, I don't know what it's called in iRacing, but it might have been moved to kind of legacy status or whatever it's called. I can't remember what it is called, but
I think you're right on that.
In circulation.
Yeah, it's a nice car though, is it? And although, to be fair, I think the only time I've seen it in a league race has been as a safety car or something else as exotic as that, because you know it's an iconic car, the Z4. But yeah, I think its GT3 days are well and truly behind.
Yeah. I mean, it's for me, it's the last good GT3 they made, or last GT car they made, actually, in my opinion. But anyway.
That's a bit harsh. Only because I'd say the M4 is actually a fairly well-rounded. I mean, it's pretty hideous to look at, but
it's very hideous.
Pretty hideous. I'm being balanced here, fair for the first time ever in my career. But no, like it's a reasonably well balanced car to actually get used to, and especially if you're a very, very slow sim racer like myself, it's actually quite easy to get behind the wheel of.
In terms of success, obviously they've obviously had success. BMW in, I think they won the Spa at least once with the M8. Was the M8 or the M6? Sorry, not the M8. The M8 was GTE. I don't think that had much success, in all honesty. Unfortunately, especially not in Europe. Anyway, in America, I know they did once or twice. Might have won Daytona, but yeah. In terms of GT3s, in terms of looks, the Z4 definitely does take it. But you're right, the BMW is a very strong car, although maybe not quite as favourable at the start of this season, because looking down the entry list for this series, only 3 BMWs entered. I don't actually remember seeing many of them out there ever, really, here in this one. The BMWs were, I think, all entered in the AM category. I don't think there were any BMW Pro cars. They weren't indeed, and obviously none on the grid here today. But yeah, it is kind of a strange mixed GT3 of both. Obviously, you got to have a favourable BOP, but also you got to be comfortable within it. And when those two things kind of align, then you often you do get a lot of cars being selected by a lot of teams. For example, the Ferrari and Lamborghini, particularly in this series, has been particularly heavily selected. Particularly the Lamborghini, you'd say, very prominent. Just has that nice balance of having a nice BOP, but also being fairly decent in terms of being able to drive it. And so you do see in iRacing quite often a lot of cars getting very popular in some of these series.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest with you, I've been completely not paying attention to what you just said for the past minute since you mentioned the BMW M8. Why did you have to bring that up, that wonderful beast of a GTE? For the past 2 minutes I've been just reliving all those memes of down at Lime Rock and
Yes.
down at Laguna Seca, and just
big,
seeing those massive, the overly photoshopped versions of the cars looking like it's a way to eat the old Ferrari 458 GTE for lunch. It's that was a big boy car.
It was a big car. Well, what a great time to be alive, though, for that. As in the background there, Paul Busby just going past the pit lane one more time there. Just expecting him to make a stop there, because the first 2 stints of this race, that car was only able to manage 21 laps, but he's just began his 22nd lap in that one. So he's continuing on here. And that's a bit of a strange one to see. However, he's continuing on one more time. Probably be the last stop of the day, because as we've already heard from the LMP2 teams, they'll be coming in once they've clinched the points for going half distance. They have already said that they'll be coming into the pit lane and probably not returning for this one. Has pulled off the curbs and off into the gravel, nearly into the wall as well.
Oh, that is that's quite fortuitous, is it? We select him to go on board with, and he decides to absolutely hammer it over the curbs there at the second chicane. So I think the car is very, very low on fuel. And do you remember what I was saying about half an hour ago about the characteristics of the car completely changes when it's low on fuel? It becomes riotous. It just becomes so leery and really difficult to control. It's fast and it's really fun to drive, but yeah, it's scary times, and I can imagine Paul Busby is breathing a little sigh of relief after that one.
Can imagine so. I mean, it's very good to go on board here with such low fuel on. Just expecting to see some really quick a quick lap time here, a quick in lap at least. Not going to get a time, of course, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case for Paul Busby, who makes his way into the pit lane now and will be making his stop indeed after 22 laps. Expecting to see the V3 racing car go on for 3 more laps, including the one that Daniel Poll is on right now, and then he will also be coming down pit lane, as the GT3s are also roughly 3 laps off of coming in. Loris Algeri and Michael Fairchild both with their best laps of the race so far in that previous lap. So when there's no traffic, when the fuel is a little bit lower, it doesn't really matter about the tyres too much for these GTs. They're still able to set fastest laps of the race so far, which is a little bit surprising to me, but I think it does speak to the relatively low tyre wear actually that we have at this circuit.
Yeah, and I mean that's him away out the pits already, and this is the one thing that we just didn't know. We didn't know about the tyres on the circuit, and I think that has kind of it said exactly that, as to, you know, the deg on this circuit must be very, very little indeed. So on, you know, as a run out of that, the simple fact is that, you know, your benefit that you're going to have by changing tyres, Ewan, is going to be very, very little compared to other circuits. So, you know, unless there's anything majorly wrong with the car, if you consider that you're going to be in the pits an extra 30 seconds to take on new tyres, are you losing, you know, a second a lap over 30 laps enough to justify those new tyres?
I think we've seen that with Simon Dodd earlier on in this race. He has changed tyres, the only driver inside the Pro field to change tyres at that first stop, and it doesn't look like it's worked out for him. He might come into the pit lane actually at the end of this lap here. He's in the final sector, just about coming up to Ascari, I think, or just going through it now. And he's, at the end of another 29 lap stint. Whether he can go 30 laps or not, it remains to be seen. But Simon Dodd has not really gained that time back at all. He was certainly ahead of Louis Rivera Colon in the Brabham Esports car. He was relatively near Loris Algeri actually in the Celeritas car. But Simon Dodd has not been able to make up that time. He's able to go 1 lap further here in this stint at least, but the new tyres really haven't been that beneficial at all. It's really been more of a fuel game here in this race so far, and one that RG Simsport were winning. However, well, they might still be winning it ahead of Liper Esports. However, they've dropped back quite a lot now. I think the gap is about 6 seconds actually between the two of them, maybe more actually than 6 seconds. It's a real shame to see, because I thought we were going to get a really great fight between those two, but Lipa Esports just have kicked on a little bit in this second stint of the race.
Yeah, haven't they just, as we see Dan Alpol for V3 Racing just making his way past one of the multiple cars that have been lapped. I believe that's actually Jeremy Ruest, who is back behind the wheel of that car. In fact, though, of course, Jeremy Ruest left many laps ago there, so we'll get an idea on exactly what car that was just heading through the first part of the circuit there. But also watching here the battle with Simon Rahowski and Loris Aldeguerre. I mean, it's not really a battle now, is it? These two are really just kind of helping each other along here and essentially pushing each other along.
Yeah, they are, and it's all about just helping one another out here at this stage, and they are going to be able to benefit in terms of fuel, as we do now see some pit stops. It is the Iracing 35 car that's in first, and we do have a driver change, probably their first and only, as S Weeks goes into the car there. And so that will be a full driver, fuel and tyre change. Simon Dodd, after 30 laps, also comes in, and that gives us a real indication he's still a quarter of a lap behind Louis Rivera Colon after starting or coming in at the end of the last stint in front. So this tyre gamble for them, I feel, really hasn't worked out. But I guess the alternative might have even been worse for them, depending on how their tyres were. We just don't know. As just to rub salt into the wound, he has to reverse into his box as well.
That's an awkward one, is it? How do you explain that one to the team? Dan Alpol in from the lead of the race, Yannick Borkov into the pits as well, and that means that Alistair Kirk takes the lead of the GT3 Pro battle right now. Simon Rahowski's still out just now. Chris Chatterton into the pits as well here. So yeah, look, that is going to be a very awkward one for that team to try and undo. I don't think tyres are going to give you any sort of advantage whatsoever. It's a massive gamble, and like say Ewan, I think it's questionable whether it's even worked for them.
Very questionable, I would say. And Alpol, though, makes his way into the box, and he's having a bit of a longer stop here. He's actually done a full tank there. Paul Busby only did 2/3 of one. But Oddie Simsport are going to go into the lead briefly because of this. Marcel Lippert gets into the Lippert Esports car. And so he's just taking on fuel and tyres as we speak right now. You also saw Chris Chatterton getting into the Eclipse Racing Team car in place of Simon Dodd. A little bit further down. We saw obviously tyre changes for a lot of the teams and drivers. Robert Gilbert has taken on tyres there. Jack Stiles obviously did, but we spoke about that earlier on in the race. Who's not taken on tyres there? Well, Chris Chatterton has not taken on tyres, which really does put them in an awkward situation here. Marcel Lippert did take tyres. Thomas Reiter, maybe only 2 tyres there. A 56-second pit stop, suggests to me only 2 tyres, which is, I guess, a bit of a gamble, but it might pay off. Phil Morton as well in the Brabham Esports car gets in there. Alistair Kirk continues on for one more lap as well, so he now puts home a 2-lap advantage in terms of fuel. Is that going to yield anything for Oddie Simsport really in this race, or is it going to be fairly academic by the end? It's hard to know. Phil Morton is taking on those tyres. Jerome Reigns did at the last stop, so might not do that again. Still waiting for a fair few to come in, by the way, the likes of Jacob Pegg and the SPR Esports Tango car, which comes in as we speak. And Loris Aldeguerre also comes in. So we're still waiting for 3 drivers to come in. But the main 2, of course, being Alistair Kirk and Simon Rahowski, still waiting to come in. They're not going to be able to make the hour mark. However, they are going to have to take on less fuel at that splash and dash that we'll see in about 2 hours' time. The all-important stop later. And Jonathan Havey gets into the SPR Esports Tango car, by the way. Nico Louis Darvell in for the 303 car as well. Jerome Reigns sharing with an actual 303 Racing teammate this time. The Carl Condog Prime Motorsport stepped in last time out at Spa. I think they did get home a podium anyway. Was it just outside? It was just outside in the end, unfortunately. 5th place for them. Yeah, Mark Chapman in for Solaritas as well, ahead of Al-Gheri. James Zuber into the Satellite East Racing car. Now, he's a very fast driver, and he will look to storm through the field throughout his stint as well. Going to be very exciting to watch the Satellite Racing driver, as Alistair Kirk also comes into the pit lane from the lead in GT3 Pro. Say lead, it is a brief lead. We go on board with the overall leader, Dan Alpole. Is that Jeremy Rust leading the pit lane, or is that just a graphical? It is indeed. It's not Jeremy Rust leading the pit lane. Just sorting out a couple of drivers for the moment in terms of where they are, because a lot of driver changes are ongoing. Paul Walton has gotten into the RD Simsport car, and they do indeed drop behind Simon Rahowski, who continues on and might even have 2 more laps to go here if he can do another 32 lap stint, which may well be possible. Who knows? He's got quite an advantage over Lipo Esports, so if he could possibly save enough to cut out that splash and dash, then he could be a hero here, but it's going to be very difficult for him to do that. There's no doubt. Dan Alpole just making his way past a bit of lap traffic, but yeah, Paul Walton into the RD Simsport car. Lipo Esports are going to get back in front of them, you'd imagine. Let's see. Marcel Lipo just coming down the front straight now, and he is going to get through quite easily. But how big is the gap going to be? Paul Walton already going, but it's too little too late really. Walton's got a big job in his hands to close that margin, because it's not a small gap. Yeah, a big task on his hands at this stage. We will wait for the gap to normalise, but it's going to be over 5 seconds. Thomas Reiter not too far behind these either. An interesting call there to go for a 2-tyre stop for Thomas Reiter. It's put him right in the conversation for, well, he's within 10 seconds of the lead now. So it'd be interesting to see how much time this actually costs him.
Interesting as well, Ewan, to see that Mark Chapman, Thomas Reiter, as you said, and Chris Chatterton, 2 of the only drivers that were in the pits for less than a minute. Every other driver taking on those tyres there. So obviously the driver's feeling that the tyres have come to the end of their life here. It'll be more a case of just being able to maintain their existing pace, I think, rather than getting any boost out of them.
Absolutely. Still, of course, waiting for Sam Rahowski to come in. Now, surely they can't pull off the impossible here. I mean, they are going to do another 32 lap stint. Where's that going to bring them out to? I think there's still 3 minutes to go to the hour here, if I can read right. Unless it's a little bit less than that. But surely the AM leaders can't cut out that splash and dash and maybe just surprise the field here. I do find it unlikely. There's still 3 minutes to go to the hour. They're about half a lap away from the end, so it's going to be just over 2 minutes before the hour. If maybe they were able to do a couple of 33 lap stints, then they might be able to do it. However, it's unlikely. Their last pit stop, of course, will be a bit shorter, but in terms of them actually taking over race win here overall, it's looking fairly challenging for Simon Rahowski. Not taking away anything from them, though, of course, because they are having a great race. MSC Puma Kuppenheim didn't take part in the 6 Hours of Spa, of course. Let somebody else win for once. Twisted Racing Team Ferrari, who managed to win. It's not going to be them on this occasion. They'll be back at Le Mans, but not able to participate in this race here at Monza today. Rahowski goes on. It's a 33 lap stint here from Simon Rahowski, who's got more than half a lap's lead at the moment over Marcel Lippert, and this all of a sudden means that this car may well be able to cut out the splash and dash later on and possibly win this race. It would be absolutely remarkable if they would be able to do that and surprise the GT3 field. However, what an opportunity they have. The amount of fuel saving they've been able to do here is absolutely astonishing. They might just be able to surprise everybody here. Sure, they're going to be in at the end of this lap because it is 33 laps in, a good 2 laps longer than anybody else has gone on this occasion. And in the first stint, we've not seen anybody else do a 32 lap stint just yet, I don't think. No, we haven't. Meanwhile, a little bit further down, James Zuber has gotten into the Satellite Racing AM car and immediately has set that team's fastest lap of the race so far in the McLaren. James Zuber's such a good driver, and I'll be interested to see where he can get to in this car, because his teammate's done all that he can in the opening part of this race. Now it's over to Zuber for the remaining part of the race, and he's just going to go as fast as he possibly can to the end of this one and just see where he can end up, as Simon Rahowski finally just surrendered to the inevitable and come into the pit lane. He had more than a lap's lead at the time, and 2 laps over this car because of the pace at the front, but now that is all come down as the 2-hour mark is hit, and at the end of this lap, Dan Alpole and V3 Racing will be confirmed as champions already. V3 Racing have been dominant this season, despite only having 1 win out of 4. They were second in all the others, and it looks like they're going to be crowned champions. They're coming down towards Parabolica at the moment. You just see that LMP2 in the background there. And V3 Racing, on the completion of this lap, will become crowned World Series Endurance champions here in 2022. Out through the Parabolica and over the line. Dan Alpole and Mike Sheppers weave over the line. They take and guarantee themselves the points. They guarantee themselves 57 points pretty much. I suppose at least 51, but whatever it is, it's enough for them to be crowned champions by the end of today. And they are indeed crowned now. They cannot be caught, and that is a remarkable thing to say. With still 10 hours of racing remaining in this season. Not often you see a team coming over the line, themselves out on the road with still so long to go, but that just speaks to the dominance they've had so far. Mathematically, it's no longer possible that anybody can catch them, even though Effect Esports have been getting better and better and better this season. They're still not able to get anywhere near. And of course, that DNF, well, no points being picked up at the Hockenheim race, round 2, has really to stop their progress. Effect Esports, of course, not with a great Daytona either. Those first 2 rounds didn't go great. Since then, they've been in the top 5 constantly, but it was too late to catch these guys. And it is so remarkable to see V3 Racing, with so long to go, are going to be champions already of this series. And they go over the line once again. And expecting them to come into the pit lane soon and just celebrate their victory. Effect Esports will come in as well soon and surrender to the inevitable. But yeah, that should be it soon for them. Meanwhile, further behind, Liepert Esports are still leading here with Marcel Liepert. And now they're really starting to put some time into Paul Walton here, who's actually getting caught by Thomas Reiter despite the tyre advantage he has. That gap is closing in that battle for second in GT3 Pro. And Dennis Veerman has gotten into the MSC Puma Kuppenheim car just to update there as well. So it really is down to these GT3s. Now Paul Busby coming into the pit lane for the 4th and final time here today. That looks like it's going to be it for Effect Esports. As I mentioned earlier, they do have an agreement with V3 Racing that they're going to pull the plug after getting the points and after securing the championship. The two of them reaching an agreement there. You can see that Dan Opel flashing the lights. Very pleased with this championship for the 8 car. And why wouldn't you be? See weaving around. He probably knows he's on camera. Not often you see such jubilant celebration so early before the end of a season, but that's the way it is. Paul Busby exits the car, and that's going to be the last we see of Effect Esports here. It'll be the last we see of V3 Racing as well, though they're going to carry on a bit further. Just enjoying their few laps of honour at the moment. They put a lap on Effect Esports. Get a GT3 overall winner here today. By the looks of things, it's going to take them quite a while to unlap themselves, but there it is, the graphic to confirm once again. V3 Racing will be champions, and maybe explain why there's such celebration going on. With James Zuber in such close attendance, there you can see in the satellite racing car. Just up in front. Dan Opel not looking to really get involved and get in the way of their race, since he has nothing to race for yet.
I love how then the McLaren's just like, oh, yeah. I'm gonna party as well.
Well, I'm not entirely sure really, because I think he's not quite aware of the situation at the moment and wondering what this LMP2 is behaving strangely at the moment. Another flash of the lights there and a bit of a weave, which is not always good news, but there's a bit more weaving. Maybe he does know the situation. A bit of weaving from James Zuber himself, but Zuber's in a race here. I'm surprised he's participating in all the weaving, but because he's definitely in a big race in GT3 AM at the moment. But either way, it all seems to be in good spirits between those two anyway. There's been a change of position here. Thomas Reiter has gotten through on the RD SimSport Lamborghini, and this is how it happened. Oh, it was off the road. I don't know if that was because of the battle, or whether the position change was just an unforced error there, but either way, the position was lost, and Dan Opel does go into the pit lane. So that's going to be it for LMP2s here today. It's going to be a GT3 race from here on in, with the ones we have remaining. The LMP2s won't be taking this one any further, so Marcel Lippert is going to take the overall lead of the race in 8 laps' time. So we're still going to wait a good quarter of an hour for them to actually take the overall lead. However, we're going to get an overall GT3 winner here this afternoon. As Paul Busby just offering up his congratulations to the V3 Racing drivers on the race. Two of them having reached an agreement about that one. And so yeah, they've come into the pit lane. So also going to be leading ahead of Panda 1, then RD SimSport, then it's going to be MSC Puma Kuppenheim. However, we've got to think about those GT3 AM leaders as legitimate or contenders for overall victory here, because just seeing how far they went on that previous stint in terms of fuel, they went a very long way indeed, and so they may well be able to cut out that final splash and dash. Let's see though, of course, when you are saving fuel, it's all very difficult. David Nichols, part of the satellite racing team, not driving, but he is part of the team, telling James to join in. He told James Zuber to join in with the weaving and the partying from Dan Opel. So I'm glad that he did realise the situation there, and he didn't think Dan Opel was just kind of irrationally furious with him. That wasn't the case. I'm glad that that was all in good spirit, and I was pretty sure it would be.
But yet, there's always a little part in the back of your mind, June, isn't there? You're just like, does he know? Are they? What are they doing? Yeah, but listen, it's fantastic to see that they've got it in the bag so early. And, you know, I'm kind of glad in a way as well, because we're only having the 2 LMP2s. it makes it really difficult to try and focus on them or to give them any time whatsoever. Now they've taken themselves out of the equation. Now, rightfully, we can focus on the GT3s, and it's expanding quite a lot just now. But I think, given the final hour, I think we're still going to see some hijinks here.
We are going to definitely see a lot going on here in the remainder of this race. I do think next battles to look out for, certainly. I mean, Jonathan Harvey and Azaz Weeks are not too far away from each other at the moment. That's probably the closest fight at about 2.5 seconds. James Zuber is catching the both of them. He's actually catching everybody bar Demis Veerman in the GT3 AM. So I think Satellite Racing could well have their second podium of the season here today. They were third at Spa, of course, after a late charge from James Zuber. Who else? So yeah, it was. I think they could be in for a great race. But yeah, the guys at Satellite Racing are very switched on with this kind of thing, especially. And yeah, I did have confidence in them that they would know what was going on. Back to business for them now, though, and we'll focus on them a little bit later. We're still going to not quite leave the LMP2s just yet, though, because we do have a driver waiting for an interview. And bizarrely, halfway through this race, 10 hour polls of day is pretty much done here. So we're going to be able to bring in the V3 Racing driver in for a bit of a chat now. And Dan joins us. Welcome to the commentary booth, Dan. It's good to have you here. Maybe it would have been nice at the end of the race, of course, but circumstances and whatever has put you in the pit lane after 2 hours here today. I mean, just tell us a little bit about how it's been racing here for these 2 hours. I know you obviously have the championship to kind of close out here as well. By getting to half distance. So just tell us about that and how it's been with you and Mike in the car today.
Well, it was quite dull. just being honest here. We've only 2 P2s on the track, it's quite boring. And especially because Mike already got the gap out to 15 seconds and I just kept extending it, and it was just like, yeah, you just timed like lapping. And if the track's fun to lap, it's fine, but I don't like Monza. Neither does Mike. I don't think Paul likes it either, otherwise he would have loved to continue. But yeah, bit of a shame everybody just disappeared after the first 2 rounds, but I think that's the championship done now as well, right?
It is indeed. You are indeed confirmed as champions because of the way the drop round works, etc.
Yeah.
It was very difficult for anybody to catch you actually coming into today, so there we are. It's certainly needed to get to 50%, but once you did, yeah, championship was certainly yours. I mean, as you say there, it's difficult when a lot of the drivers do drop out at the end of round 2, rather bizarrely, unfortunately. But yeah, it's been good to have you here nevertheless. Just tell us a little bit about the season and how it's been. I know obviously the last few rounds of the numbers have been getting a little bit lower, but towards the start of the season there was a very big grid indeed for this series. It's been great to have you here. It's been a great consistent season from you guys anyway, because you haven't finished lower than second yet.
No, the start of the season was great. I think the turnout of the P2 was way stronger than we expected it to be. Especially the first race with all the teams there, and the second race as well. I mean, I kind of messed up Daytona. I got us a black flag in the early race, and we still should have won that race if not for an incident at the end. That wasn't our fault, and after that we've just been finishing second or first, so it was great. Even in Daytona we still finished second, I think, because we still got the fast car at that stage. Yeah, it was great fun. Definitely, especially with the big P2 grid we had at the start.
Absolutely, it's been a great fun season, and just kind of like moving away from this championship ever so briefly as well. In terms of for you and Mike, do you have any plans to kind of race in any other series, maybe as a pairing? Is kind of another endurance series on your radar in the near future, or are you going to be focusing on other things in the near future?
Don't know yet. I know Mike loves GT3s more than I do. He might try and qualify for Sports Car Open with some other teammates as well. I'm not sure what I'll be doing next. I know I'll be driving this thing, but don't know where.
Well, we look forward to seeing you out there in it, wherever it will be, and in whatever it will be actually as well, depending on what you decide to do. But Dan and Mike as well, of course, V3 Racing, all of you guys, congratulations on the championship and indeed the race here today as well. Shame to see you guys go early, of course, but obviously understanding as well. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us at mid-race, and we look forward to seeing you guys again soon.
Yes, thank you as well.
Thanks very much. Indeed. Dan Opel there, victorious, along with Mike Sheppers for V3 Racing here today. Don't forget as well, if you are a driver sitting behind the scenes at the moment and want to have a chat with us, then you can put yourself in the broadcast waiting room. We'll bring you up and have a chat. But a very conclusive chat there with Dan, a very honest one as well from him, just saying that none of the drivers in the LMP2s were really interested in carrying on there, and it's very honest from him. But that's the situation. But they're very pleased to close this championship out early, as you'd imagine. And you can't really blame them. They've had a good season.
Yeah, they've had a really, really good result this season. They've had some great consistency. Obviously, they're disappointed. The thing is that yes, they've won the championship, but they didn't want to win it like this. They wanted to have 10 cars, 15 cars, 20 cars fighting them for the championship. It's the whole point of sim racing. If you're just out there hot lapping by yourself, you very, very quickly lose interest, and very quickly it does get rather stale rather quickly, and unfortunately this is and you'll know this yourself from all the different leagues and championships. I can count on one hand the amount of leagues that I've been part of commentary wise that have had the same amount of drivers, or within sort of 5-10 drivers, the amount that have started that have finished. It's been really, really difficult. There has been one or two that I remember that stick out that have been like, wow, that's a lot of drivers still, even ones that had no hope of finishing whatsoever. But for the most part, it is unfortunately quite common with league racing.
It is, and yeah, I mean, you even see it sometimes in real life as well. I think about the World Endurance Championship and the entries before the Le Mans racing. Well, traditionally it used to be Silverstone and Spa, and then Le Mans in a season, and then they had 4 or 5 or 6 rounds afterwards. That just didn't have that many entries before. So I mean, it does even happen in real life as well, from time to time. So yeah, it's not exactly a new thing. Orbit Motorsport Mercury, by the way, in the pit lane for over 3 minutes now with Jack Stiles. At the end of lap 17, they came in the pit lane. I don't know if they had any damage to repair or what has gone on there. However, they're in the pit lane, and well, I hope that's not the end of the race for them, because yeah, they've been in the pit lane for nearly 4 minutes now as we're talking about this, and it's not good news for them at all. I wonder what's happened. I mean, I don't think there was any incident for them, or was there? No, I don't think there was any incident for them at all. So it's a very long stop for Jack Stiles there, and they might be going out of the race as well. I'm not entirely sure here at this stage. It's a real shame, though. There is the car. I can't see any issue. That looks like a pretty clean car to me. There
was a loud bang from the engine, so I'm presuming that's been some sort of a hit. It could have been, actually. Was that not?
Well, let's hope that they can get back in the race. However, it's not looking good for them as James Zuber makes his way towards Ascari. Now, I have a feeling he might have made a mistake somewhere, actually. This might be it. All of a sudden, he's nearly 30 seconds behind the driver in front. He was closing down on 25 seconds, and there it is. That's the kind of mistake that James Zuber can't afford to make. Here's the star driver in this satellite racing car, with all due respect to his teammate. And so, he needs to be the one having no mistakes here, and he needs to close down more than a minute if he wants to get second place here, which I think is possible for him, but mistakes like that are not going to help him. Jack Stiles coming in, and there's no indication to me here of any sort of damage on that car. It's like they're just pulling in, and that looks like it's the end of their race, actually. It does look like Jack Stiles and Orbit Motorsport Mercury have actually retired the car.
That's unusual to say the least. I mean, they were still kind of going for it, so yeah, I'm a little bit confused by that, I'll be honest with you. But nonetheless, I'm loving the fact that James Zuber, despite being in 6th position, is still absolutely going for it right now.
He is, and he's got to really. He is faster than the cars in front at this stage. His last lap was a just inside the 49s. It was faster than all but Nico Louis Darvell. And of course Dennis Veerman as well, who's in a bit of a class of his own, of course. And nearly 90 seconds of a lead. And we've got to just talk about that car a little bit as well here. I want to get to that fight at the front of the GT3s, because MSC Puma Kuppenheim with Simon Rahowski there did 65 laps over the 2 stints, which is way more than everybody else. I feel like they are definitely intending to do this race on 3 stops, whereas everybody else is going to have to do 4. First question, I suppose, is whether that will actually save them enough time for them to win this race overall. And second question, of course, as well, is can they actually do it? I am pretty convinced that they are trying to, though, because Sam Rahowski in the Discord earlier was mentioning about how much he was saving, saying that he was saving a lot of fuel, and that's why he couldn't really fight Loris Alguerri, who was near for a lot of the race, or a lot of his stint anyway.
I'm just watching here, Ewan, as well. Paul Walton in that RD Simsport WSL, 10 seconds off the back end of Paul Walton. I'm sorry, off the back of Thomas Reiter here. I mean, I'm like, what a fall from grace that is so far. I mean, obviously that might be to do with the tyres and things like that, but I mean, still, we thought they were going to be nose to tail with Leipert Esports Red and Marcel Leipert, who's behind the wheel just now, but strategy just seems to be kind of throwing cars and drivers to the wolves right now.
I want to get to that car a little bit for RD Simsport, because we were wondering earlier about Alistair Kirk and why he lost so much time all of a sudden to Yannick Burkhoff. And I wondered whether it was actually, well, not an incident with a lap car, but because there was no contact anywhere. However, wondered whether there was a bit of an altercation with the lap car where he ended up losing quite a lot of time in that race, or in that stint. But it doesn't look like that was the case. Alistair Kirk himself saying in the YouTube chat that he got a slowdown while battling with Yannick Burkhoff, and that basically ended the fight. Basically, once he got out of the slipstream there, he couldn't ever get back into it again, and that was always going to be the struggle.
It really, really was, and the problem is that we're now at the part of the race, Ewan, where, you know, these issues now start to become massive. You know, if you have an issue like that at the first sort of 10, 15, 20 minutes of the race, it's relatively easy to manage it, but they become absolutely massive when they get to like halfway through the race here now. So it's so difficult, because I mean there's still an hour and 40 minutes left to go, but you get, from our experience, we get the inclination that usually how things are now, that's usually how they're going to pan out for the final hour.
Yeah, I do feel like that's the case in GT3 Pro in terms of the positions that they're actually in at the moment, because the gaps are quite large, although Phil Morton is closing on Mark Chapman. That's Brabham closing on Solaritas. I know that, that gap doesn't indicate, but you can just see that Lamborghini in front as we go on board here. But, that gap is certainly closing. Phil Morton, according to Iracing, is an Australian and has just gotten into that car. That does mean it's 6:30 AM for him at the moment. Well, of course, I suppose it depends where in Australia it is, because it's so big, but I would hazard a guess it's 6:30 at the moment in the morning for Phil. So, I mean, first of all, that's quite an early wake up, but also you've got to think about, he won't have woken up, you know, 5 minutes before he got in the car. He would have woken up a little bit before. You've got to wake yourself up, you've got to get into the rhythm with the car, maybe do a practice on a separate server or on your own, and then you've got to get into the car. So when you actually factor all of that in, it probably has been a very early morning for him.
I don't know about you, Ewan, but I like my beauty sleep a little bit, way too much to be doing stuff like that. I used to do that back in the day when I was doing like the Iracing 24 Hours of Daytona, but yeah, look, I'm just kind of beyond these stupid o'clock times to get up and go sim racing. So, you know, more power to these guys and girls that are able to get up at like 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and do their stint, but yeah, it leaves a lasting impression on me nowadays.
Well, you say that, you do produce the GT3s until about 3:30 in the morning here in the UK, so it's not, you know, it's not, I guess early morning is
There's also a big difference between like doing the production, because obviously I get the wonderful talent of yourself and DJ Clark usually to work with during the US ones, and it's having done when I did late night stints in races and stuff, it was in VR. So that is just, I mean, that would absolutely drain you during the daytime, but at night time it's so tiring as well.
Yeah, that would be very, very draining indeed. You would say. I mean, I've still never done a 24-hour race, but it's certainly on my to-do list in the next year or two to finally do one. But not that I haven't done early morning racing in the past, to be honest, when I was a bit younger. But there we are. It is always difficult. I think the Australians or Oceanians, if that's the right word, get the short end of the stick a little bit, don't they? In terms of waking up early, because not many of us, especially in Europe, do it very often or have to do it very often. But it's almost a constant for those in Australia, and there must be some kind of getting used to it at that point. It's never great, obviously, and a lack of sleep obviously never gets truly loads easier. However, there must be some sort of tolerance built up towards it, I feel, for those people in that part of the world. Not that we shouldn't maybe try and factor them in when we're planning stuff a little bit more, because I do think we're just European-centric, everything. Maybe a bit too much sometimes, but there we are. Who knows? Either way, he's up right now, and he's certainly on it. Best lap of his race so far. Best lap of this car's race so far, with a 48.3 on that last lap, and Mark Chapman's days might be numbered here in this fourth position, looking at the way this fight is developing at the moment.
Could be. I mean, I'm just watching it just now here, and just back as he makes a move up the inside into Ascari. That looks like it's a very, very easy move. Very little in terms of defence from Mark Chapman there. Great job done, and that Brabham Esports Blue Machine going to be tearing its way up the road. Just on the conversation you were saying about Australian racing, it's actually something that worked out really well for me, because my teammate Jake Parent is from Australia. So we had to kind of work the shifts out on that, and for a 24-hour, it actually works out really well, because you're both polar opposite ends of the clock. So it's actually quite easy to make that one work. But what you've also got to work out is that, with Australians racing on European servers, there's that extra latency compared to European racers that you've got to factor in. So whereas our ping to our servers, that's the time from it getting to your computer to the Iracing servers, would be, maybe say 20 to 40 milliseconds. For someone in Australia, that's about 250 to 300 milliseconds.
Yeah, it's different. It is a big difference, and as you say, it's very helpful in 24-hour races, particularly to have that. But in a 4-hour race, it's just downright painful, really, and especially with the way this series has the races ending. It ends at 11 p.m. every race does, ending. So the 8-hour races obviously start a little bit earlier in the day. So it could be, it could be a midnight start when we have those 8-hour races, which is not too bad. Because maybe Morton would get his couple of hours in, if we're thinking about the 30% rule, get the couple of hours in before well, it's no driver can do more than 70%, is it? So in an 8-hour race, you might have 3 drivers, and in which case you can get away with one of your drivers doing maybe a double stint. But having Morton maybe go to 2 a.m. Australia time is a lot more feasible than having him get up and start his stint at 6 a.m., which is a lot more challenging for any driver. So that's an added benefit that they might get at the at Le Mans in a few weeks' time when we finally get to there. But in terms of battles developing at the moment, Thomas Reiter set his car's fastest lap of the race so far on that last one with a low 48 for him there. Also closing margins that are closing down at the moment. Chris Chatterton is closing on Mark Chapman at the moment. 1.8 seconds he managed to take out of him on the last lap. Joe Morton's pulling away here as we go on board with his Lamborghini. Behind Celeritas are being caught here after knocking on the door of a top 3 early on. And now maybe dropping out the top 5 by the end of this stint, which would not be ideal. There is Mark Chapman being closed down by the Eclipse Racing Team car. You might be able to see go into shot in the background. There it is. Well, maybe. That was one of them. As Pandawan come in, Thomas Reiter is into the pit lane. So he only took 2 tyres at his last pit stop. And clearly that was part of the plan. Or indeed, he might have taken 4, but a little bit less fuel. Maybe half a tank of fuel there, because this is 80 laps into this race now. Well, it's more of 2/3 of a tank, but either way, Pandawan are doing something very, very interesting with their strategy here as Felix Pierre gets into this car. We'll obviously change this car back into the pros. Felix Pierre started this season driving as an AM driver, which is why it's done that. He is, of course, a pro, and so is that car. However, Felix Pierre, yeah, he's going to try something a little bit different. He's going to go to the end of the race on those tyres, possibly. Just over 2 hours, not unreasonable. And take on a full tank of fuel, are they? Well, we get to 40 seconds now. We're going to go a little bit over that. And 43 seconds worth of pit stop as Mark Chapman also comes in. So we've got some very interesting pit calls going on here now. Wasn't expecting this. It's a surprise to see, but I don't think it's going to ruffle any feathers at Lippert Esports and for Marcel Lippert. Mark Chapman also comes into the pit lane now. Comes to a halt and then starts his service, I should say more accurately. And so we're not going to get that battle on the circuit that we might have done otherwise. No response from Lippert Esports as you would expect. Letting Felix Pierre and Pandawan just do their own thing. It was a full tank of fuel last time around. It won't be quite a full tank at next time. It'll be about half a tank, I think. Maybe a bit more, actually. 2/3, maybe. When he gets to coming in for the final time. So there we are, just fixing the standings. And yeah, there's Celeritas. Now it's a longer stop here. A minute now. What is happening here for Celeritas Sim Racing? Is it just fuel and tyres? I can't see them on the jacks though, and now they finally go. Well, it probably was 4 tyres and fuel then, but they only came in for 4 tyres earlier, 40 minutes ago. So that's strange, very strange to me, that is. I don't know why they would do that. Why they would change tyres twice within an hour. Can't really see a justification for that at the moment, but I might know something that I don't. Entirely possible. There's Dennis Veerman. He's going to be out there for quite a few more laps here. He's going to go to at least lap 97, which is 15 laps after this one. Is that going to be enough to carry him over the hour mark again? It's going to be quite close. It's Chris Chatterton, who didn't end up having to make that move on Mark Chapman in the end. He's right behind Felix Pierre, actually. This is why we're taking a look.
I've got to say, Ewan, Pearl's pace is really, really slow right now. I mean, that was about 1.5 seconds that Pearl was ahead. I know, obviously, just come out of the pits here, but yeah, this is starting to get quite interesting. But I think Chris Chatterton does have to pit very, very soon. He'd last pit, yeah, he did. Last pit on lap 59, so he'll have to pit in the next 5 laps.
I think 89 is going to be his pit lap, and we're just about to be 82, so just over 5 laps for Chris Chatterton, unless he just goes a bit further, but I'd imagine he won't. Yeah, you're right, Felix Pierre losing a lot of time. I actually thought it was down to his outlap. I thought that was his outlap, but it's actually not. That 52.0 was an actual lap, flying lap from Felix Pierre, and you're right, he's not quite as quick. We spoke about this Pandawan strategy before, and how it was maybe a little bit different to what a lot of the other teams are doing. I actually think they're trying to get Pearl in as late as possible, with all respect to him, trying to limit his drive time as much as possible, and keep Thomas Reiter's drive time as much as possible here in this race, so that they can, maybe just get ahead a little bit with that. Try and maximise his time in the car. They've played it safe with regards to the drive time, but did say that their pit strategy was a little bit strange. But this might be the reason for it. Pearl maybe doesn't have the pace. Also comes into the pit lane here and comes to a halt again. It's his second stop in as many laps, I think. So I don't really know what the reason is for that.
But could that be a problem then? Do we think that's got to be? I mean, there's no other reason why that is.
And he goes again. 32 seconds worth of a pit stop. They're clearly having problems here. I wonder if they're actually having problems with Iracing servicing them. I don't know. I wonder if they're actually not being serviced by Iracing at the moment and struggling to either get fuel or tyres on that car, because I've not seen that car go up on the jacks either the last 2 times. Maybe they're clicking replace tyre, but not actually getting the tyres replaced by the sim at the moment. Not really sure why at this stage. It's a bizarre one, but what it has meant, unfortunately, I do think Celeritas are going to end up finishing outside of the top 5 here, unfortunately. They're going to be do well to finish inside the top 5, judging with these problems, because judging by the way Chapman left the pit lane there as well, I don't think those problems are fully sorted. He wasn't completely on it like you would expect if those issues had been fully sorted.
On that note then, I mean, that's pretty much their race just been blown apart, isn't it? On that note, that's pretty much their race been blown apart, isn't it? The fact that you know they've had to come in twice within 2 laps out of sync. Fair enough, it's not actually cost them as much time as say having to tow themselves back to pits, but realistically, yeah, there's very little they're going to get out this race now.
Yeah, there is, unfortunately. Orbit Motorsport Mercury, by the way, after completing 70 laps today, have also pulled the plug, I'm afraid to say. So we did see Jack Stars come in quite a long time ago now, but yeah, I think they're pretty much an official retirement, although they've not told anyone. I'm pretty sure that is the end of their day here today for them. The 18 car apparently hit a sausage curb coming out of Ascari and had to pit then to use their fast repair. That is Mark Chapman we were just talking about. However, 32 seconds of a pit stop still seems long. Maybe they were just trying to get things to work, but yeah, maybe we can fish that replay out, but it's getting difficult at this end of the race. Oh, maybe we have done. Yeah, here we go. This is Mark Chapman. Oh dear, oh dear. That's a big hit on the wall. We didn't see that, but those sausage curbs do a lot of damage on their own, and then the contact with the wall as well. I don't know how neither of us spotted that rear wing, but we didn't. And yeah, they had to use the fast repair, so that does explain all.
Oh my lord, that thing just launched itself. Let's go on boards.
Are really demanding and really will set your car in a bad way, and we're about to go through it here with this camera. It's just completely swallow it with the back end of the car, and that would have done quite a lot of damage. But this bit as well, ouch! Yeah, that's also done quite a lot of damage there, I'm afraid, for Mark Chapman. So you're right, they're going to be quite far down the field here. They're actually last of the running cars now.
Got to say a huge thank you to Iracing. I'm just saying, got to say a huge thank you to Iracing for pointing that out, and the admin team. Great spot there, and yeah, like you say, I mean, I didn't even see that rear wing.
No, I didn't either. But yeah, big thank you to him. He's been feeding us actually quite a whole load of information throughout the race actually about different things. Confirming my thoughts about the Iracing fair share rules earlier on, despite the fact I realised later that it's actually written down next to me. All I had to do was turn my head 5 degrees to the left and I would have realised, but he told me anyway, so thanks for that to Iracing, who is of course in the stewards room tonight instead of out there on the circuit with Stuart Reynolds. Harry Will was unfortunately not able to be with us either on the track or in the stewards room. I think he'll be returning for GT3s that are coming up on Wednesday. Make sure you join us once again for that. The World
Tell
Series
me-
GT3 Championship coming back.
He did tell me last night about our boy Harry Wills. He told me that he won't be able to turn up today. Apparently he's, if I remember rightly, and I've got a memory like an absolute sieve, he's in a band, and his band are playing tonight, so so he can't come and join us. It's lifestyles of the rich and famous, eh?
I didn't know he was in a band. Wow, I wonder. Wow, there's a lot of questions, a lot of ways you can go with that, but yeah, I didn't know he was in a band before, but there we are.
Right Said Fed tribute band.
Oh no, I hope not. But if you're not from the UK, you might not know. But maybe you do. I don't know how well known they are outside of the UK. Oh dear. But anyway, let's move away from that as quickly as possible. From Esports Blue inside the podium places now, maybe helped slightly by that crash for Celeritas, but also partly due to their own driving of Phil Morton here, who's been on a mission really over the last few months. And the reason we are looking at him is because he's trying to get on the overall podium here. Dennis Veerman is the driver just in front. He's being caught rather rapidly by Morton.
He's doing a grand job, is he? I mean, pace-wise, it's just like 0.8 of a second every single lap. Not just a hit faster than the car in front, but also than our race leader and second place. So, okay, an hour and 20 minutes to go. How many laps do we think we could squeeze into that? Probably about another 30, so, or 35 or whatever. It's not going to be enough to catch up, but, well, I mean, damn, this is interesting from Phil Morton. The pace that he's got right now, this is fast.
He is very quick, and normally what we've seen from some of these drivers, from some of these teams, get your fastest driver in first and then slightly slower second, or indeed kind of maintaining a pace throughout the race. But Phil Morton is the opposite at the moment, and no discredit, of course, to his teammate. However, Morton has been very quick. He would have set his car's fastest lap on the whole race 2 laps ago. However, he did get an off track throughout it, and so that didn't count. But either way, he's comfortably in the 48 at the moment, and he was the fastest driver of anyone in the field last time around, even though Robert Gilbert and Nico Louis Darvell set best laps of their car's race so far on the last lap as well. So there's a lot of cars with a lot of pace right now, but you would expect that, I suppose. We're getting towards the end of this stint now. Next car to come in, or next cars to come in, probably Chris Chatterton and Robert Gilbert, as is Weeks actually, probably the first car in maybe 2 laps time, actually, for Sim Party Racing in the 35. He's an AM car at the moment. But yeah, we're getting towards pit stops, and that of course means these cars are very light on fuel, and with the tyre wear rather minimal compared to previous races, it's not surprising we're seeing best laps of the race. However, nevertheless impressive.
I think what's even more impressive here, Ewan, is the fact that the consistency of these laps, and Dennis Veeman there doing a 148.0, and now we're seeing Leipert with that 147.6. So the lap times are coming down, but again, it's Phil Morton and this Brabham Esports Blue machine have really been pushing very, very hard indeed, and lap after lap. I just hope they get something out of this to pay off for it.
Yes, let's hope so. I mean, these two on screen at the moment seem to have fallen into somewhat of an agreement, although I do get the feeling Dennis Veerman would really like Morton to go through here, and maybe he could save a bit of fuel that way, because those guys in the GT3 AM lead, of course, trying to gain what they can in terms of the fuel game in this race. Morton closes going down towards turn 1, but you get the feeling he's just saving that bit of fuel, is he? Or no, he's going to brake late, he's going to go down the inside, and Dennis Veerman is going to let him have that 3rd place overall. And I don't think he's too disappointed about that. He can now use the Lamborghini in front to try and stretch out this stint as much as possible, because that's exactly what the AM leaders have to do if they've got any hope of trying to win this race. Now obviously get the lead again when everybody comes in the next 10 minutes or so. However, you've got to think about that final stop for the leaders, and this car, it's going to be a quite short stop. Expecting this car to come in 2 laps time, including this one. And so what's that going to be? I think they're going to need about a quarter of a tank, maybe a little bit more, So more than 10 seconds in terms of a stop. I think they'll only lose about 30 seconds with their final stop. And I don't think MSC Puma Copenhagen, well, they're not, that they're a minute and a half behind rather than 30 seconds. So I do think that it's still going to be difficult for them to win overall. However, props to them for trying. And the AM leaders look like they're going to be the only car, the only team to actually do this race on 3 stops. Everybody else has needed 4 or more. Slap, couple of more best laps of the race so far for Robert Gilbert, and as is Weeks, who's trying to hold off the charge of James Zuber at the moment, is doing so with nearly 20 seconds of a margin. However, Weeks is going to be in the pit lane here in a second. In at the end of this lap, actually. So we'll... he's just coming towards the line now as Chris Charleston actually comes in as well. So that suggests he's done 29 laps only on that stint, actually a little bit shorter than normal, but doesn't matter too much for him. He comes in for Eclipse Racing Team Blue, and he'll be taking on his final full tank of the day, even though it's not his final stop. XPO will gain that place on the pit stops there. He'll probably be back in second in a few moments' time, but whether he'll hold on to it again is going to be a very difficult thing for them. Weeks does also come in, by the way. That's the third 29-lap stint of their race, and exactly on schedule for them. Next car to come in will probably be Robert Gilbert. Whether he'll be in at the end of this one after 29 laps or he'll continue on to 30 or not remains to be seen. But he's driving the SPR Esports Delta car, currently in second in the GT3 AM field. Looks like he's going to go on for one more and do 30 laps there, which is good news for them. Just shortens their final stop that little bit more. There he is. Oh, there's Paul Walton, sorry. The RD Simsport car, now 35 seconds. I mean, we can talk all we want about Alistair Kirk's mistake, maybe, and letting the Liper Esports car get a bit of a few seconds advantage going into the last round of stops. However, I don't think it would have changed the fact that Marcel Liper has the measure here over Paul Walton in this field at the moment, and I don't think, no matter what Alistair Kirk could have done here, I don't think RD Simsport could have gotten into the lead and legitimately won this race on pure pace. It would have been very hard for them.
Yeah, I have to agree with you completely. I mean, just looking at the pace of Marcel Lippert here just now, 147.46. He's done 147s for what looks like the past 3-4 lap tunes. So, I mean, the pace that leader has got right now is a wee flash of lights there from Paul Walton coming down the back straight here as Marcel Lippert into the pits. Incredible pace on that Lippert Esports red machine.
Really, really good pace. And once again into the pit lane for Marcel Lippert. 90 laps complete there. It's a bit of a shorter stint. And he slides his way into the box. Should be a no-tire stop here for Marcel, but we'll see. Wonder what relation he has actually to the naming of this team. Because he does have the same second name, I suppose. But also think about Lippert as a real life race team as well, whether it is actually their esports team. I don't know whether it's actually just his team or theirs or both. I don't know, but it does always puzzle me. I should just stop being puzzled and ask someone, but I just don't. So
where's the fun in that, Ewan? Where's the fun in that?
Where's the fun in knowing? Yeah.
Anyway,
he's going out the pit lane now. 41 seconds of a stop, and you can already see in front of Dennis Veerman, and yeah, this is not good in terms of obviously winning overall for Dennis Veerman. He's looking very hard now for the Amleys, who is hard anyway, as Brabham Esports Blue also come into the pit lane right now. But if you think about it, those guys, Marcel Lippert there, is put a full tank of fuel into that car now. Later on, he's not going to need a full tank, and given that he's already come out ahead of Veerman with a full tank, when he does, just a splash and dash, he's going to come out even further in front of that AM leader. So, yeah, unfortunately for those AM drivers, I think the race win is going to be a step too far for them on this occasion. I've just had it confirmed as well with Ethan Bass saying that they are out of the race now. And yeah, that this connection for Jack Stiles being one of the primary reasons for them being set back, or pretty much the reason for them being set back so far, unfortunately, in this race. Brabham Esports leave the pit lane now, and RD Simsport just continue on again. Should be another 2 laps for them if all goes well, as Nico Louis Darvo does his first 48 of the day in the AM303 racing car there. That's a very impressive lap time. Michael Fairchild has been in as well, by the way, still waiting for a few more. Still got Paul Walton to pit, of course. He's in the lead overall at the moment. But I think he's the only GT3 Pro driver yet to pit in this cycle, and he is indeed. He's clearly been stretching this one out as far as possible. With this margin at over half a minute, when it all shakes out to Leipert Esports, it's very, very hard for them to do anything, really. Without a mistake from Marcel Leipert, they're unfortunately going to have to settle for second in this race, as they have already had to do at the 6 Hours of Sebring quite a few weeks ago.
I mean, it's not ideal, is it, having to settle for second place? But for me, I'd be well happy to take that second place. Jonathan Havey into to pit lane as well for that third place AM team just now. And look, again, we're now coming down to this. This is kind of crunch time now, because obviously we've got more stops to go, but I right in saying we've got another stop after this then, because for a lot of these teams, an hour and 10 minutes is going to be way too much for them.
Yeah, no, it's been very rare to see anybody make the hour mark, and so we are going to see Splash and Dash for the first time at this. Well, I'll say that it's hard to think back to Daytona now because it was so long ago, but were they making an hour at Daytona? I suppose maybe, I don't know. Right, RD Simsport either way do come in though. Is a lap early, actually. That was only 30 laps from them in a race where they've been doing 31. But I guess they've had no draft for the majority of this stint, which has not helped. So in the pit lane there was Jonathan Havey, and he makes his way out almost as soon as RD Simsport are on the way in. And Nico Louis Darville also into the pit lane. So James Zuber and Dennis Veerman, the only drivers yet to come in, and James Zuber surely will be in at the end of this lap. Veerman will be going that little bit further because he's the only driver coming up to making his final stop here in this race, and that is rare to see. As I said earlier, I think even at Daytona these guys were able to make the hour mark, although I don't fully remember.
I think it was basically between sort of 50 minutes and an hour they were able to do, but I wonder because...
Yeah, Hours of Daytona.
It was, and just on that note, I think they were doing between 50 minutes and an hour, but the thing with that is, because Monza is such a high-speed circuit, I don't think that, and at Daytona there would have been a lot of opportunity for drafting as well, whereas with this, because you've got a smaller field, that I think they're much more dragged out, and they've just not had the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to say Daytona equally fast, of course, in terms of its straight sections, but I do agree there's more scope for actually drafting. Not only the numbers that we had back at that race, which is downright crazy numbers. I mean, it was so busy out there on the circuit, but also the way that circuit is just lends itself to drafting that little bit more. After all, the actual oval part is pretty much meant to, it is, in terms of the Daytona 500, is a race that's decided on draft, etc. So yeah, it is an easier circuit to manage that, as RD Simsport have actually come out in front of Felix Pale there. So we've seen this earlier. Thomas Reiter was out in front of Paul Walton earlier, but Walton, while going a little bit longer here, has actually managed to jump Pandawan. And so RD, or were they that way before? They might have been that way before, mightn't they? But I'm a little bit worried about Felix Pale in terms of holding on to this position, because he's a lot slower, for example, than Phil Morton, who's in behind, and there's nearly an hour and 10 remaining for Morton to close in and for Brabham Esports to take that podium away from Pandawan.
You're absolutely spot on with what you were thinking there, because remember we were talking about RD SimSport and their fall from grace, because they were right onto the back of Liper Esports Red, and then suddenly they were in third position behind Pandawan. So Pandawan getting that job done, getting that second place, and then it's just kind of fallen by the wayside. And what I don't understand either is that it's not like Paul Walton had a massively shorter stop. He had, it was about 0.4 of a second faster than Pandawan White. So I'm wondering if that is legit just the difference in pace on the track and the difference in laps going into pit lane.
Looks like it. It's difficult to tell, of course, but who knows? We can only guess at this stage. Still waiting for Dennis Veerman to come in, and lap 97, I think, will be the lap that he does enter the pit lane. Still second overall, by the way, which for an AM car is really remarkable and a great performance nevertheless. I do think he's still going to struggle to get that overall podium, but this time in an hour, everybody will have made their splash and dash. There'll be no pit stops remaining in this race, so we'll have a much better idea of where we're at in terms of that. So yeah, in terms of close battles at the moment, James Zuber with a shorter stop there. Well, 55 seconds of a stop, which is just a bit weird. But Aziz Weeks there took a full fuel and tyre stop, and so actually lost that place to James Zuber. Half a part of this stage, but Zuber is quicker, you would imagine, was quicker during the last stint, and I don't expect that to change. So he's now into 5th in the GT3 AMs. Far closer in GT3 AM is the battle for second between Michael Fairchild and Nico Louis Darvell. Darvell just came out the pit lane for 303 Racing behind SPR Esports Delta. I still think that is a change from what we saw before, although I could be wrong. I do think that's a bit of a change. So it's Darvell who's looking to apply that pressure to Fairchild maybe and try and get that second place for 303 Racing. Once again, like I said before, there's not too much they can do really about MSC Puma Kuppenheim. At the moment, they are 36 points adrift. And so by getting to the half distance here, guaranteeing themselves 6th place points here in this race, they're only going to lose 15 at maximum, which is not enough for MSC Puma Kuppenheim to secure the title here today. For Racing just trying to keep things as close as possible going into the final race. They would drop to 39 points behind. However, that would still be enough to keep it alive. And of course, overhaul Twisted Racing team, who will only be scoring 12 points today. And that's, yeah, Free Racing doing more than enough for them to overhaul that margin at this stage. But it does mean that all MSC Puma Kuppenheim would need a 16th position at Le Mans, and that's in class. And judging by the numbers for this race, all they'd need to do is get to the halfway mark of that one. So MSC Puma Kuppenheim looking good in the AM Championship. In Pro, Liper Esports look like they might well have this one done at the end of the race. RC SimSport need to be very close to them, but they do need to continue the way they are. This is the fight though for second place. We'll park that maths for a while, because we've got a battle for second going on between Michael Fairchild and Nico Louis Darvell. And it looks like the Free Racing car might just have the pace here to go through. Down towards turn 1 now, and to the outside goes Nico Louis Darvell in the Porsche. Has he got the legs? So there's been a lot of discussion about how much downforce to put on these cars today and how slippery you're going to be in a straight line. For the Porsche, it looks like it's going to be no problem. Late braking on the outside from Darvell. Oh, very close. Really cuts across the nose of the Lamborghini on the inside line there. However, 303 Racing are indeed back up to second place, as I believe they were before the stops, but they certainly are again now. A nice move from 303 Racing. Make their way back into top 2. And they look to try and get away here. I think they will be able to as well. 1 second quicker on that previous lap, which is a fair distance indeed. Emma, by the way, is about to complete his 31st lap of this stint. He needs one more at least, and he's going to get one more. Dennis Veerman is going to be able to cut out that splash and dash, but even with that, I think it's still going to be close for him to be able to make it to the end of this race. On only 3 stops. He might need another 33 lap stint in there somewhere. And that's going to be so hard to get in this race. Of course, he's pretty much sewn up the AM victory at this stage. He's got a lap and a half over the field, battling over second. But apart from that, it is difficult to see him on the overall podium at this stage. Although you of course never know. But the likes of Felix Pearl, who started off this stint a little bit slowly, or started off his stint in the car at least a bit slowly, he's actually picked up the pace a little bit now. And he is not quite matching Dennis Veerman anymore, but he was being caught by Morton, for example, quite severely. But with the advantage he has of nearly half a minute, he might be alright to finish on the overall podium by the end of this race. Let's wait and see on that one. But this battle does look like it is just fading away. Let's look at MSC Puma Hockenheim though. Are they going to be able to do 33 laps or not? See, this is the problem for them. Lipa Esports will come over the line and they've not hit the hour mark yet, and neither have the guys in the 70. I do think they need at least one 33 lap stint here, and that would mean carrying on one more lap. But can Veerman do that? Into Parabolica he goes. We're about to reach the 3 hour mark, but we haven't quite got there yet, and he's had to come in after 32 laps. It's still a monster stint because nobody else has been able to do it even 32 laps, never mind 33. However, Dennis Veerman has had to come into the pits, and he has got a really big hour ahead of him in terms of saving enough fuel to make it to the end from here. Well, he might well lose this 1 lap lead as we look at the battle for second and how it was done 1 lap ago by 303 Racing Car, or 2 laps ago now. Nicely around the outside through the first pocket to the inside for the second, and it was a good move from the 303 Racing driver. Changes of position. Dennis Veerman drops to 4th. He will take on the fuel, and he might even lose out to Phil Morton as well here. Let's see. The Eclipse Racing Team Brabham Racing Team, I should say. Eclipse are still their way down. A fair bit further back. Chatterton out the pit lane now. Oh, he's just going to hang on. Excuse me, not Chatterton. Veerman out the pit lane now. Been taking on all the fuel he can. Well, he's not been able to quite hang on. He drops to 5th overall, but it's still a very good performance for an AM driver to be there. Full respect to him for that.
Yeah, that's been an absolutely mega effort from Veerman to hold on to that. I'm really impressed, actually, to be fair, that he has been able to almost get his nose in where it doesn't belong, if that makes sense. And that's a little bit rude, so let me rephrase that and try and get that across properly, because as we said, there's no difference between the GT3 Pros and the GT3 AMs in terms of the machinery. It's simply split up on their skill level based on their I rating. However, what we see across the board is that the GT3 Pro drivers and teams tend to be faster over the course of the race than the GT3 AM driver. So to be the fastest GT3 AM driver, that's a great plaudit, but to be in the middle of the GT3 Pros on pace and on merit as well, yeah, that is some plaudit.
It is. It's very impressive indeed. Doing something that nobody else has done in the field, which is, of course, is just extend those stints out long enough to be able to possibly make this race on only 3 stops. You can see that car in the background just behind Phil Morton here in the Brabham Esports blue car, trying to maybe get that podium for the team. Another half second taken out of Felix Pearl last lap. What is it going to be this time around for Phil Morton, who's really on a charge now? Towards the line now in the final hour. laps of the race so far, just in the 48s again. It's another half second from Phil Morton. Problem is, at that pace, he would need 48 laps to close in, and it's barely 30 remaining in this race now, you would imagine. So that's not going to be possible, really, for Phil Morton to be able to close in quite that much. Although, you never write him off. Of course, waiting for these final stops to come in as well. The real stops again are going to begin in about 10 laps time. Really, with the likes of Felix Pearl and Mark Chapman, who went off for Celeritas, of course. So that's what we'll have to see in about 10 laps time. But we're going to take a short break here in the World Series Endurance Championship. We'll be back with commentary in a few moments time, but for now, enjoy the onboard of race leader Marcel Leipert. Welcome back to Monza, where the penultimate round of the World Series Endurance Championship in 2022 has only 53 minutes remaining. And it's Marcel Leipert for Leipert Esports Red currently leading this race by a good 3/4 of a minute. My name is Stephen O'Leary, David Christie's alongside me and behind the cameras all at once. here today, and we'll just do a bit of a quick run through, shall we, of the order right now going into the final hour before talking about what positions could change in these final moments. As I said, Leiper is leading for Leiper, if you like, in the pro category. Then it's Paul Walton trying to chase him down, but at the moment RD Simsport seem to be no match at this stage, with Panda One, who are flailing a little bit and losing a lot of time now to Phil Morton. The gap is only 15 seconds back. Well, I say that the gap's just readjusting, 22 seconds, but it's a lot lower than it was a few laps ago. 8 tenths of a second taken out of Pale excuse me, on that previous lap. We may get that fight for the podium right in the final minutes, but if Morton's going to get there, there really isn't going to be very much time remaining. In sixth overall and 5th in the pro category, it's Eclipse Racing Team for Chris Chatterton. They were one of the early stoppers of those who actually ran their tank dry during that last stint. These guys certainly didn't. Mark Chapman went into the wall spectacularly at Ascari, and so they are very much off strategy at the moment and projected to come in about 10 laps time. Dennis Veerman is leading in the GT3 AM category. He is in 5th overall, just ahead of Nico Louis Darvell. Just under a lap's lead he has at the moment ahead of the 303 racing car, recently having gotten through on Michael Fairchild in the 33 SPR Esports Delta car for the AMS. Then it's Jonathan Havey, who's currently being chased down by James Zuber. 24 seconds is that margin currently. Satellite Racing all of a sudden looks like they're going to struggle to get into that podium position as they were last time out at the 6 Hours of Spa. Then as this week's is the final running car here in this race, with V3 Racing, Effect Esports, Orbit Motorsport, Mercury, Celeritas Sim Racing, Vector RSR also not finishing this race, having qualified and or started the race here today. So just over 50 minutes remaining here, David. Not long to go, but we've still got a round of pit stops for 11 of the cars remaining here in this race, and some scope for positions to maybe change as well.
We've seen that, haven't we? We've had moments where we thought it's going to be all quiet and, there's nothing much happening, and then suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, there's pit stops and everything going wrong. I mean, obviously, we look to the kind of failed pit stops. I believe, was it Mark Chapman in the number 18 who had to pit twice for that, and we were speculating because we had no idea. 2 pit stops within 2 laps, and we were like, what's happened? There must be a problem. And then, of course, we had it pointed out by one of the race admins that he'd binned it into the wall and had to get some fixes done for that. But we saw how quickly your race can go from amazing to absolutely tragedy in very short space of time nonetheless. Again, also talking about Dennis Veerman in that Hockenheim yellow machine, what a performance they've done today to get as far up the field as they can. They're a ridiculous amount of time ahead. Oh well, there we go. Shall I just shut up, because that is probably the worst case of commentator's curse I think I've ever seen in my life.
That was a bizarre spin for Dennis Veerman, the GT3 AM leader. He's got just under a lap's lead, so he doesn't have to worry too much. However, that will be now in the back of his mind. We'll try and see what happened. I wonder if he gets a bit of grass here on the right-hand side of Lesmo 1. Let's find out, shall we? Oh wow, this is previous. So Dennis Veerman, well, that rear end stepped out previously, and did he go up the wall here? Oh, he did. With the side, well, is that becoming a factor in this race or not? And here's the second spin. He just loses it on entry there. There's no grass involved. There might be some damage on that car. There could well be damage.
I think there is. I think it's that left rear that seems to be maybe a little bit out of whack with the rest of the car. Maybe the camber's changed very slightly, or maybe it's just a little bit of confidence that's been knocked out of Dennis Veerman right now. But nonetheless, as Mark Chapman into the pits already.
Yeah, he's in. We're expecting this though, really, because he came in obviously early previously because of his crash. Unless he's been off again. Just look at the rear wing. Doesn't look like it's out of whack this time. But I didn't spot it last time either. So who knows? But yeah, I think that's a normal stop for Chapman, and we're not too far away from seeing Felix Pale also coming in. He's about to complete lap 24 of this stint here. Yeah, not great for Chapman, but Dennis Veerman's going to be very nervous here now. After all of this, his advantage, of course, and there's the damage that he may or may not have. He might not even be visible, really, but he's got to watch out in that rear end. The advantage he does have, though, of course, is the fact he's got a minute and a half's worth of a lead to nurse with just over 45 minutes to go.
He's certainly not going to complain at that, is he? I mean, look, it's obviously going to be a big wobble coming into the final 45 minutes of the race, but yeah, that's you've got easier final hours of your race, I think, Ewan, to be having. But the question is there damage to the back end of that? Because that was two very, very unusual little accidents there. The first one was some snap oversteer as the car just kind of dug into the track and got a little bit of grip, sent him off to the left, and he tried to fight it. That then collided with the barrier on the left hand side, and then I'm wondering if it's just a case of a little bit of nerves maybe kicking in, or maybe even the brake bias just needing a little bit of adjustment on that one.
Possible. I mean, it's hard to judge, because for me, that both of those, the one at Parabolica and Lesmo 1, came at kind of through the middle of the corner, which is really where the brakes are not really, I mean, you're barely on them anymore. I mean, that does come a little bit earlier, and then it's kind of the overcorrection, and you're just travelling too much speed there for the amount of runoff, and there's the contact. It's not at a great angle. Be interested to go inside the cockpit and just see if there's any suspension damage. I don't think there is, but just want to make sure on that. And there you can see, especially, that's the most worrying one for me. He's completely on entry. You're not really on the brakes anymore, and it's pure kind of downforce and in-car. You know, the car's purely working for itself there. For me, though, that looks like, from the cockpit view there, he's taking things rather gingerly, you would say. He needs a bit of a correction, but I don't think there's any suspension damage looking at that. He's just taking things very cautiously.
It's that snap oversteer though, Ewan, that's worrying me a little bit. We saw a little hint of it earlier on here, and obviously I'm not a big fan of doing this cockpit view, but again, it gives us some really crucial info on this. He's off the power. This is the issue as well, and obviously on comms the sound doesn't come across to you, Ewan, but watching the rev meter there, he's off the power so early on. I think what's happening is he's lighting up those rear tyres when he re-engages the throttle, and that's just whipping the car into instability, and possibly what's making it a little bit difficult to deal with here.
Yeah, I take your point about the cockpit view, but it is very conclusive about what we can see. Just looking at the lap time there over the line, let's see what it is. He's in the high 49s and in the 50s even in terms of lap time now, and that is roughly where everybody else in AMI is anyway. So he might well be caught by Chris Chadderton here, and he might well lose an overall place. Although Chadderton still has to come in, doesn't he? Really, so it's not something that's likely, actually, I don't think, even with 45 minutes to go. However, it's going to be such a nervy final few minutes here, and I think you're right. Your point about the snap oversteer, it's just going to make Veerman really nervous in these final few moments of this race. He'd rather be, kind of lapping it up now. He'd be cruising home to what's going to be their 4th win out of 5, or he was looking like 10 minutes ago. They were cruising, but now all of a sudden he's got this extra thing to think about, as well as the fuel situation that they're in as well.
Well, I've got to be honest, I'm watching that car, I'm not convinced. It just seems a little bit nervous, and I don't think there's any mechanical damage. I'm just wondering if this is the trait that we were talking about earlier, when the car gets low on fuel and the weight kind of changes and the balance of the car changes. It just seems a very, very nervous car to drive right now. Dennis Veerman, I think, is definitely getting the most out of that car that he possibly can, but I just don't have 100% confidence in that car right now.
Oh, I certainly wouldn't, and I hate an oversteery car anyway, so that maybe doesn't say much. But yeah, I do agree. Zach Sweeney's joined the chat, by the way. I'm surprised he's not abusing me yet, but he's saying that...
give it time, mate. Give it time. You know what he's like.
Yeah, I'll give it a minute. it says that Veerman's clutching in ever so slightly in terms of fuel. I would not be surprised because of the situation they're in terms of fuel. But yeah, I would not be surprised. As David just said, I don't actually hear the in sim. I know you do at home, but I'm actually the only person watching this broadcast who doesn't. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm not surprised at all about that in terms of learning fuel. And indeed, that is the overall leader just in behind. I mean, it was only half an hour, 45 minutes ago, we were talking about this car maybe having a shout at an overall win, but of course that is kind of very secondary in their minds right now. The win in Am now is really their main focus, trying to keep this car away from them as much as possible.
Well, at least it started already, Ian. The comments about you being a little northerner. It's great to see that Zach's obviously missing us quite a lot, having been absconded for or seconded for commentary duties elsewhere. He was actually due to be on here today because I was going to ask him, but he got pinched beforehand. I love the banter that you two have. It's great because he normally gets held to his place when he's on here with you. You give him as good as he gets, but great to see he's popped in here. I wonder actually what Zach makes of what he's saying.
Well, yeah, I mean the problem is when you're in YouTube chat like that, you do actually have free reign to say whatever you like. Pretty much, and I don't.
We could time him out, you know, just give him a little
well,
a 10 minute.
We could do that. We could do that. But yeah, Timothy Vanderbroek as well, just getting involved in the clutching thing, and just agreeing. Just adding an interesting comment at the end though about the rear getting unstable when you do lift it back up again, and kind of the revs get reintroduced to the car once again, which may be a factor. Although I wasn't, as I say, I wasn't listening to the replay, especially the one at the first Lesmo. That's certainly a point. It's certainly starting to spin at a point where you might be just lifting those clutch, or lifting the clutch back up again and reintroducing the revs again on the way in. So let's see. Even through the Curva Grande, it doesn't look comfortable around there, and that's easy flat out corner. There you can see clutch. Even I can see it on that occasion. You need to see the RPM just going down and going to Lesmo as well. Does he do it on the way into here as well, or does he just
yeah,
well, briefly.
But that's where he was doing it last time, Ewan, and that's exactly where he went off, or maybe it was here actually. It's as soon as he lifts off the clutch and re-engages the throttle, it makes the car dance a little bit. I think he's learned his lesson. I think he's a little bit more gentle when taking that clutch back off, or maybe, you know, braking a little bit more here, but definitely a lot of lifting coast here and putting that in neutral.
Yeah, a lot of lifting coast at the moment for Dennis Veerman. Mr. Kirk kind of joining in with that, I suppose, and then he nearly went off the road doing the whole clutching in and then lifting off again on the way into corners. It's pretty difficult. He, of course, was the first driver in the Audi SimSport car earlier on in this race. But apparently for Puma, the overall podium is still the focus for them, so that's interesting to learn, given that the fact they are nearly half a lap now behind Felix Pearl and 50 seconds behind him. I'm surprised about that, because I don't really think it's possible for them anymore. Although Felix Pearl has got quite a long stop coming up here, he might even be in at the end of this lap. This is his 29th lap on this stint, so he could be in at the end of this one, and he'll be taking on a good 3/4 of a tank here to get to the end. So I guess you never know, and we're going to get a real good indication after Felix Pearl comes in. But if I was Dennis Veerman anyway, I would be putting any dreams of an overall podium firmly to the back of my mind, because it's, you know, really difficult to. Surely the GT3 Am win has to take priority over that, because you actually don't really get anything for overall podium or whatever. It doesn't really matter, but the Am win certainly does, so it would certainly be pushed to the back of my mind anyway. Either way, the SimParty racing car just getting out the way, as is Weeks, and goes a bit too deep under brakes and just letting Felix Pearl through. Let's go a bit wide through turn 2 actually, just Felix, but let's go again. The lap 30 of the stint now for the Pandawan car. Slightly reeling in Paul Walton, but given how much longer his pit stop's going to be here, I don't think Pandawan are going to be able to challenge Body Sim Sport at all here in this race. In terms of trying to get that second place away from them, it's yeah, very difficult to see them managing that. But who knows? Just over half an hour to go out of Lesmo 2. And Pio might well be making his way towards the pits on this previous lap. Now Mark Chapman also suggesting, one of the drivers that went off earlier, he's now gotten out of that car for the final time, and Loris Algueri has gotten in. They came in a few laps ago, but Mark Chapman also suggesting that he was given a penalty for not serving a slowdown, but Iracing hadn't actually shown the slowdown to him, so he didn't know. So that may have been also a reason for one of their pit stops having to be made on that recent stint of his. He was in the pit lane quite a lot. He made 2 unscheduled pit stops, as this is certainly a scheduled one from Felix Pearl. 6th overall, I would imagine. Well, at least 5th. Maybe 6th, but this is going to be a good 3/4 of a tank for Felix, and he's going to make up for that as Phil Morton also comes in. Now he has made this stop quite early, and I don't really understand the logic behind this, unless there is also a penalty here. Doesn't look to be any damage on the car. It'll be a much shorter stop for Morton, and these two could be pretty close on the exit here, or closer anyway.
Could it be you in a splash and dash from Morton to get even closer to Pearl? Although, to be honest, that would have to be 10 seconds less. In fact, it is. Look, it's Morton took on 17 seconds of fuel there. So, I mean, that is game on. That gap is going to be probably about 9-10 seconds to Felix Pearl. And the pace, let's not forget that, the pace that Phil Morton has had. Felix Pearl is behind Dennis Veman right now. So, I mean, this is like, I've got no idea how this is all going to pan out now.
Yeah, I think Morton will be able to catch here. But the reason why I don't understand the logic is because he had fuel in that car to continue on a bit further. I don't understand why he wouldn't run that tank dry and then take that amount of fuel when he needed it later, because it keeps your car lighter for longer during the race. He's kind of matched himself up now with Felix Pearl, so they'll have the same amount of fuel in it. It's purely a driver versus driver thing. And of course, we've got to think about Dennis Veerman here, who's actually come out in front of Felix Pearl, right in front. He's a little bit slower, but he does have this opportunity now for Puma to maybe hold on to an overall podium, which will be a huge result. But of course, he's got this car to think about, and it's slightly wayward rear end, and he's got that fuel to worry about as well.
I tell you what, though, Ewan, if Veman does get into a fight with Pearl, Phil Morton is going to be in a fantastic position, because he will catch these two hand over fist with the pace that he has got in that number 19 machine. This is building up to be an incredible finish, and quite honestly, out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, it is absolutely out of absolutely nowhere, really. Especially surprised about Morton's early stop there, but we're still waiting for a fair few to come in here. Still 9 cars will have to come in for an extra stop. Maybe 8 if you count this one as going to the end, which I think they're going to try. Whether they actually can or not, I think they are going to try it. But you've got to say that the job on Dennis Veerman's hands is absolutely huge here. Morton's also got this fuel. He's got his own issues with his own car to think about here. I think it might well just be too much for him in terms of grabbing this overall podium.
Potentially it could be, but again, I mean, we're looking at now 3 cars. Do we think then that Dennis Veman can make it to the end on his current strategy? He pitted on lap 97, so what do we think? maybe.
Yeah, I guess maybe is the only thing we can say at this point, really, isn't it? It's still just maybe. It really does depend how many. Well, this is going to sound like the most obvious thing ever. It depends how many laps are in the race. Well, of course it does. But I mean, in terms of the fact, if Marcel Lippert crosses the line with 5 seconds remaining, and he just nudges that race 1 lap further, it could put that car out of fuel. But if not, and he comes inside, 5 seconds after the checkered flag, and all of a sudden this car is okay. It really does depend whether they're required to do 32 or 33 laps here, because I actually don't think Veerman has a 33 lap stint within him. Sam Rahalski only did just about, but I think he was saving more and he was under a bit less pressure than Veerman was, and maybe was a bit more proficient in terms of saving that fuel. So I don't actually think Veerman has it in him to do a 33 lap stint, and if this race requires him to do that, then I don't think he'll be able to do it, and I think they'll have to come in. But obviously they'll choose coming in and making that 1 lap splash of fuel over running out of fuel on the circuit, of course.
Oh, absolutely. You'll have a plan B or a plan C, and they'll take it from there. But I'm noticing that Dennis Veerman opening up a little bit of a gap over Felix Perl there. Looks to be best part of 2 seconds between those two. But here comes Phil Morton. Remember, that gap was about 8 seconds. It's now down to 4.5. In fact, Felix Perl's last lap there, 150.13. Phil Morton, 148.93. So that's 1.2 seconds faster for Phil Morton. This guy's on an absolute charge.
He is, and is he going to end up on the podium after all of this? It could be neither of the drivers we're talking about here. It could well be Phil Morton, who's really on a mission. The fact that it is only 7:30 in the morning in Australia is not holding him back whatsoever. In fact, he started his stint at 6 a.m. in the morning. Well, as opposed to 6 a.m. in the afternoon, I know, but 6 a.m. is astonishing, really, the pace that he's showing right now. And Brabham Esports Blue, in their first race since the team rebranding, could well see themselves on the overall podium in this race. They're, of course, changed from SIM3D, which was their previous team name. It's a bit of a name change in that respect to Brabham Esports Blue, and it's served them quite well. It's looking like they might well get on the overall podium. Of course, they've been helped out a little bit by the DNFs of the LMP2 teams, of course. However, it's still a fantastic thing for Brabham Esports to maybe get on this podium. And I think Phil Morton, especially, not taking anything away from his teammate, of course, but Phil Morton especially very deserving of this podium, the way he's driven in this race. Another lap time coming up here. Felix Perl was back in the 49s again, 49.0. Morton in the 48s again, so he gained a bit more, but not quite as much on this occasion.
What a race we have got coming up. This is going to be absolute madness. 29 minutes left to go here. Dennis Veerman is just praying to the Iracing, Sim Racing, whatever you gods you've got. He wants to appease them right now because he wants that 3rd position. Listen, he's going to be delighted. He's 1st place in class anyway by a country mile, but if he got a chance of getting on the overall podium, he will sell his kidneys and his right arm and every other limb that he could possibly do to keep that at bay. And quite honestly, I don't see the pace from Felix Perl to make that not happen. Phil Morton, on the other hand, yeah, that's going to be quite scary because he's now 5 seconds off of him.
Well, we say that, but we still saw that last lap that Perl was able to close on Veerman a bit more. His lap time was much more encouraging. As we see a 47.8, by the way, from Chris Chatterton. I don't know where that came from. But all of a sudden, he's flying out there at the moment for Eclipse as well. He's only 15 seconds behind these guys, although he does need to stop again. So any dreams of a podium for him probably are wavering quite severely at this stage. But it is going to be between these three. All of them in that camera shot just there. All of them driving the Lamborghini, of course. And Veerman is still doing a great job considering the situation he's in with this car. He's doing a very, very nice job indeed. Over the line, what are the lap times going to be again? We'll let's see who's done the best. It's another solid 49.3 from Veerman. Perl closer to a mid-49. 48.8 from Phil Morton, who was once again fastest of them all. It really is going to come down to the last 10-15 minutes.
This is absolute madness, isn't it? I mean, we've been sitting here for the past 3 hours watching the cars go by, and it's been a fairly, I mean, for the first hour it's probably quite eventful. We had the LMP2s, we had a secured championship for them, and then it kind of just fizzled out and the cars were just doing their own thing. But now we've got a race on our hands right now. This is epic stuff here. And I mean, while the pro battle is done and dusted from what it looks like at the front, Marcel Liepert for Liepert Esports Red, well and truly in charge of this race. This is fascinating. This little battle is brewing up for 3rd, 4th and 5th position here, although I mean, I'm looking at Phil Morton. He is, I was about to say he's dropping back, but he's not. He's even closer than he was coming across the line last time round. That gap now just 4.82 seconds. It's actually Felix Perl who's dropping off a little bit here.
He is just slightly, although I've seen this once or twice from Felix Perl. It just happened once, yeah, every now and again. Is that coming out the pit lane? Stuart Reynolds coming out the pit lane for some reason, for Twisted Racing Team. He's not going to get any points or anything. He just wants to drive for the last half an hour, I think. For Twisted Racing Team Audi Pro. Or does he want to drive? Well, he's sort of 45 degrees blocking the pit lane at the moment. I'm not entirely sure what he intends to do. Well, he sort of made his way out. And then what happened? Well, he's driven straight into the wall. And, oh my good lord, what's happened there? Well, that's one of the more bizarre things I've seen today. As Phil Morton comes in, what's happened here to Phil Morton, who's had to make a drive-through penalty? He's just driven through the pit lane. Oh, it must have been for incident points, as Chris Chatterton's on his outside there, very nearly making his way through. He dives deep into turn 1. Oh, Chatterton blocks completely through turn 2, legally, of course. But Chatterton not able to go through. And Phil Morton has hit the incident limit, I think, there. It's 30, only 30 incidents for a 4-hour race. It's the most severe and most punishing of any of the distances we have in the Endurance Championship in 2022. And unfortunately, Phil Morton has fallen afoul of it.
Hang on a minute.
Well, let's just hold fire on that.
I'm a little bit confused.
Stop here. Let's see. Gets a drive through. So it must have been for the incident limit, because I can't think of anything else that would have.
But that looks like that's the second one. Wait, give me a second, because look.
Well, this is earlier in the race. This might even be Morton in the car. But you can just see by the way it's a lot lighter out there on the circuit.
Right, yeah, sorry. That's I was a little bit confused there, because he just went in and it didn't look like he stopped on this one. Yeah, he did stop, right. Never mind, my bad.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if we didn't, if we got a drive through earlier on in the race, or that early anyway, in this one. There's a new fastest lap of the race overall in GT3 for Marcel Liepert on the last lap, but this battle for 4th in the GT3 Pros is really hotting up now. It looks like Phil Morton is going to have to finish in 5th place, and Chris Chatterton is going to do very well to finish ahead of Morton here, given he's just completed 28 laps on this stint, and we've still got a long time to go, but that's not going to stop him going down the inside and making his way through here. The two of them finally going to fight. We've not seen much actual side-by-side fighting between these drivers so far because of the situations in the race, because of the fuel games that have been going on, but finally now they are happening, and Chris Chatterton does make his way into the top 5 overall.
Wow, that was completely unexpected. We were expecting to see overtaken with Phil Morton, but I'll be honest, that's not what I thought we were going to see at all. So yeah, like that is gut-wrenching to see, and that kind of settles things. He's definitely not going to get anywhere near the podium now on that one. However, I also think Dennis Veyman looks like he might have the measure of Felix Perl right now. It looks like potentially that gap's going up again.
Yes, well, yeah. Let's see. What's the gap? 2 seconds. And another quarter of a second put into it by Veyman on the last lap. Stuart Reynolds actually was unaware that he'd done that. He was doing something else on his PC and had the Iracing window or not open anymore, and was completely unaware that his car was doing cartwheels in the pit lane. But there we are. He's got himself back to the pit lane now. I'm glad to know. I don't think I've ever seen anybody unintentionally drive on Iracing before, but there we are. That's a new first for us all. There's Felix Pearl on that last lap, so this gap is not coming down and not going the right way as far as Felix Pearl is concerned at all, as we see Chris Charlton coming in now. There's Marcel Lippert leading this race by over a minute now. And it will remain so. It looks like he's going to take this win by over a minute as well. He's coming up to 29 laps completed on his stint. This is the 29th lap. And he might well be in a couple of moments' time. We'll see how long the stop was for Charlton. Not too long, 19 seconds. He's going to come out ahead of Nico Louis Darvo, who also has to come in before the end of this race. As Norris Al-Guheri, the last running GT3 Pro, has gone into the wall. Ascari in a big way as well. And that's not the first time that car's been in the wall quite hard today.
Oh my goodness me. That rejoin scared the absolute bejesus out of me. That was why is it always the rear wing on the Audi that looks that way? It's like that's exactly the same way it was damaged before.
Looks like it. Yeah, as I say, not the first time we've seen that car in the walls. However, yeah, Al-Guheri stays out. Brazali. Weeks makes his final stop of the day, by the way, so we're still waiting for Darvell, Fairchild, Harvey, and also James Zuber coming to the pit lane, along with Marcel Lippert and Paul Walton. Dennis Veerman just needs to make it to the end of the race, and I think this lack of pressure from Felix Pearl on the back of this Lamborghini at the moment is helping him, because he doesn't have to defend, really. He can focus on saving fuel.
Potentially, because yeah, I mean, again, this isn't for position in class, so realistically this is just ego right now. This is just a case of like, I want third place overall, where it means next to nothing in the championship. It's just a case of Felix will be happy that he's still got his third position in class, and more importantly, Ewan, the points that that third position in class will bring him. Because look, this is, even though we've had a number of cars pulling out, this has been, for the cars involved, this has been an absolute slog right now.
It has. It's been a long race for some. Especially if you're further down towards the back, he'll be looking forward to seeing the checkered flag. However, some like Felix Pearl probably not, because he needs the laps here. He needs every lap he can get out of this race so far. We're not able, because Marcel Lippert is still waiting to make a pit stop at the front of the race. We're not able to work out how many laps are remaining and work out whether Dennis Veerman can make it to the end from here. However, at the end of lap 120, Lippert is put to red, make their final stop of the day. Here's Marcel Lippert, and at the end of this next lap, we'll be able to try and work out. Dennis Veerman will have a better idea on whether he can make it to the end of this race or not. Into the box for Lippert, and it's surely, well, I mean, if I were them, I would actually overfuel my car quite heavily actually in this stint, just to make sure he can go to the end and make sure there's no way you can end up losing this race.
Oh, could you imagine the heartbreak, the horror that could be if you did that? Yeah, I mean, he's taken on 20 seconds worth of fuel, so he's not taken on much, but obviously well more than he actually needed to.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the pit stops for the likes of Morton and Chatterton, who came in before him, they did less than he did. So they've done exactly what I would have done anyway, and overfueled quite a bit, because I think that will actually see them a good 25 at 27 minutes, that kind of area, but they don't need it, of course. It's going to be a very nice feeling now, though, for Marcel Lippert, because he can just almost cruise home and enjoy this one now. He'll be able to just run at his own pace almost. He's still got a very nice lead over Paul Walton. And I think by the end of this, he'll nearly have lapped the field. He won't quite have managed it, but nearly. There are still 4 cars on the lead lap. Phil Morton stays 1 lap down. And he continues to close in. He'll be wondering what could have been here, Will Morton, because the pace he has, I'm confident he would have at least gotten to the back of those two in front and at least made a battle of it. Surely would have been a fantastic fight between those three, but I'm afraid, didn't materialise for Phil Morton. We see in the pit lane here for SPR Esports Delta, Michael Fairchild into the pit lane from third. Still waiting for quite a few to come in actually from this kind of region. Jonathan Havey might be next at the end of the next lap, not this one. But it's all about just getting that little bit of fuel in for the back end of this race. Now, Bossert Leipert comes down towards the final corner now and out of the final corner. Over the line. How many laps remaining do we have? Well, the problem is they're doing 1:47, which is an awful amount of seconds to try and work this out with here at this stage. However, I will try over the next few moments to try and work out how many laps are still remaining. I'll put 1:48s in instead. 13 laps to go, from what I can tell. 13 laps to go for Leipert, so he'll get to the end of lap 124. And Veerman is still on the lead lap here. Oh dear. 124, well... excuse me, 134. Oh dear. That suggests to me he would need a 37 lap stint for Veerman, but surely that can't be the case. Maybe my calculations are wrong. No, there's no way that it... I'm going to check myself, because there's no way they're going to manage 13 laps. It's only just over 15 minutes, so that's wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, so what I did was I took 17 minutes, which was obviously like about a minute and a bit ago, times 60 gave me 1020, then divided that by 108 seconds, which is like a slow lap for them, and I was getting 9.4. So about 10 laps, I would think.
I think you're much closer.
And that is the only time my maths are ever going to be ballpark accurate.
I think you're a lot closer. We'll do it with 15 minutes here to go, which is 900 seconds. And then we'll divide it by 108. 8.3. So, yeah, 9 laps to go. I think there are 9 laps to go here, and that would require a 34 laps. 9 laps? It would require a 34 lap stint from Veerman, and Rahowski wasn't even able to do that. So unfortunately, I think Puma are going to miss out here purely because of the fuel thing, unless he's pulled an absolute miracle. As we see Chris Chatterton going for a bit of a spin out of turn 2. Hopefully he hasn't hit anything. Well, oh yeah, he did, but only very lightly. Oh, I think it's going to be heartbreak for Puma here, unfortunately. I don't think they're going to get their overall podium. Just too many laps to go in this race. I mean, as I said earlier, the fact they've got no pressure on them from behind does mean that they can sort of save that a little bit more. However, I don't think anything is going to make them save the amount they need. Nico Louis Darvell makes his way into the pit lane now for 303 Racing. They'll be keeping this championship alive, by the way, with Veerman. They won't be able to clinch it just yet. And by the way it's going at the moment, Leipert Esports Red will also be crowned champions when we hit the checkered flag here in a few moments' time as well. So that's something to watch out for in the very near future as well.
Just a word on Paul Walton in second place as well. He pitted on lap 92. And he's still going, so he's done 30 laps just now, so he's going to have to be in very, very shortly. So it's going to be close for Dennis Veerman, but I think you're right. I just don't see how they can do it. It's going to be about 5 laps that they've got left in the tank just now. So potentially they're going to have to try and do 32 to 34 laps, and that's going to be out of the scope of possibility. But again, let's just see how it pans out.
Yeah, if Leipert slow down a little bit, there's a chance they might only have to do 33. But I think I don't think Leipert are going to slow down. I think they've got no real interest in this fight behind, have they? Really, they don't really care one way or the other. So they're not going to slow down, because it's not like it's their teammates. They're not going to slow down to help anybody, or they're not going to speed up to try and help someone else.
I'm just thinking as well, though, because the thing is that obviously Leaper is I think about 10 seconds behind Pearl and Veman right now. So putting them a lap down changes how many laps they've got to do as well.
This is true. Leaper just hits the... Yeah. He's about a tenth of a lap away, which is about... I don't even know. Tenth of a lap, 11 seconds. About 11 seconds behind. But there's only 12 minutes to go. Surely he's not going to catch them. I mean, he might catch Pearl, but...
He's lapping about a second and a half faster than them every lap. That last lap, right, for Leaper was a 1:47.6. The last lap for Veman and for Pearl was 1:49.4 and 1:49.1 respectively. That's 1.5 seconds. So that gap could come down very, very quickly.
Yeah, you are right there, because that was nearly 2 seconds on the last lap. Let's see what it is this lap anyway. Veerman did a 49.0, a 49.3 for Pearl. What was it for Leipert this time? A 47.8. So it was a good 1.5 seconds quicker than Pearl. Is that gap coming down quickly enough though for him to be able to get there? You can see the margin on your screen. 11 minutes to go. Is there enough? The problem is, I think Veerman needs Leipert to first slow down, but also lap them as well. But I don't think both of those things can happen. I think maybe only one will happen, and possibly or only one can happen, and more than likely neither will happen. So I think it is Puma up against it here, but I can see one of the Puma team members in the YouTube chat asking us to believe in this miracle at the moment, because I'm sure they'll be believing in it, because it could be a historic overall podium for them if they were to be able to just hang on here. I think the neutral will be rooting for them as well. This stage there is Leipert. We go on board with the Audi driver now to see how he is not slowing down at all. James Zuber, by the way, has just been in the pit lane for the final time here, and he's not very far behind the likes of Algueri and Jonathan Havey, but I don't think those positions are close enough to change in the final 10 minutes. The real interest is up here with the leaders, with this podium place. Has Veerman done enough? Final corner for Leipert. We'll be on lap time watch again as they go over the line. Veerman and Pearl both in the low 49s, and we're hoping that Leipert is catching them by being in the mid 49s, and he's in a low 48 there. He only closes by a second, which is not as much as before, but he is certainly closing. There's no doubt about the fact he's closing in. Case of whether he is closing in enough. I think we predicted 131 laps. Here's Veerman. You can't even imagine how much fuel saving is going on in this car right now, surely. Left mode 2, just one of the SPR cars in front. Could be the second of them, maybe. No, I think it could be Michael Fairchild actually in that third place car. I just didn't realise how further it... Well, I'll say that. It might be neither of them. Not entirely sure. It could be actually the 6th place running car of Az's Weeks, actually. It is indeed. Is Leipert. We believe 5 laps to go at the line. But of course at the line this time for the 3rd and 4th overall, still 6 laps to go. It's not a good place for Veerman to be. He needs to get lapped here, and he needs to hope that Leipert do knock a lap off this race. 33 laps is certainly possible. He needs to either be lapped or have a lap off of this race. Or possible. Over the line again. Pretty much exactly where they were before, Pearl and Veerman in the 49.2s. Leipert back in the 48s. Not even a second closing in that time. Position at the moment, as I said earlier, won't really care about the outcome of this, but who knows what they intend to do. Sam Rahowski in the Discord saying that there is literally one lap either way. They're either going to make it with literally drops of fuel remaining, or they're going to be one lap short. They are indeed the only GT3 attempting this on 3 stops rather than 4, which has been the preferred strategy. And Veerman has found an ally here in Asas Weeks. He'll be gaining that little bit of slipstream, and he'll be saving that little bit of fuel behind the Ferrari here. Towards the entry to Ascari for Marcel Leipert. James Zuber, by the way, is flying. 48.2 for him on the last lap. It's that car's best lap of the race by a good margin. Norris Alguerri is right in front and struggling here with the damage. That car has no fast repair remaining anymore. And so James Zuber is going to make his way through at the Curva Grande. It's a top 10 overall for Satellite Racing. Oh, it's very close between the two. But Zuber should be able to make his way past. Although, late braking. Or maybe too late from Alguerri. A nice run on the exit from Zuber. And it looks like Alguerri is going to maybe fight this one. Not going to be able to go through at the moment is Zuber. But surely the pace is going to be enough. And now, that McLaren, of course, famously fast in a straight line. And it was always strong at Monza. Back in the day where it was used so regularly in more official series, and the World Championships indeed, winning race after race here at Monza, as Leipert closes on these cars in front. We briefly saw him there, but this is James Zuber trying to make his way through on Loris Alguerri, going past the scene of his accident a few minutes ago. Going to be on the defensive here. 5 minutes to go. Through Parabolica, Zuber just forced Alguerri to go on a different line there, and now the Satellite Racing driver may be able to make his move. A real defence right to the wall from the damaged Audi, but you can be sure all that damage is not helping the straight line speed against an already very quick McLaren. And on the outside line, Zuber might be able to convince him. Oh, it's a bit of a block. He gets the nose in front, and he gets the whole car in front just about in time for Zuber to take the defensive line into the first corner. And he makes that pass for 10th overall.
Now, Ewan, what happened to Felix Perel that last lap there? That last lap for Felix was a 150.19, and Dennis Veerman doing a 149.0, so they'll come across the line here, but Felix Perel hemorrhaging time right now. Goes across 152.52. This is huge, because there is your race leader.
The race leader is very close indeed to lapping Felix Perel here now. He's very close to doing it, and this could just be the moment that Hockenheim were waiting for. Is this the moment that they just about made it here? Heard from Simon Rahalski that it was one lap either way. They were either going to make it just about, or they were going to be one lap short. And it looks like Leipert is going to be able to lap Felix Perel. And in which case, we'll see Veerman possibly slowing down to try and get lapped as well. Problem he has, he's still got 2 laps to go after this one. But that's only a 33, well, I say only 33 lap stint, it's a 33 lap stint, and we haven't seen him do one yet. So it's a question of feel now. Felix Perel's about to get lapped, and there it is. Marcel Leipert laps 4th place in the race, and 3rd place in the GT3 Pro standings. Leipert Esports through into 3rd place. Through Ascari on the exit, and now there's a chance for Puma. Felix got a Felix Pearl got a slowdown on the first chicane. Not sure whether Alistair Kirk's referring to this lap or the last. However, he got a slowdown at the first chicane, which did help him. But it helped Leipert anyway, and he's Leipert losing Pearl losing a lot of time here. It's a 47.7 from Marcel Leipert and a mid-42 from Felix Pearl. Now Dennis Veerman has to slow, with 2 laps to go in this race. There's definitely 2 laps to go. Veerman has to slow down and get lapped here. Sam Rahowski being instructed by one of the Puma teammates to let the let the race leader through, and so he can make it here. Veerman, hopefully he knows the situation.
I'd imagine you, and he's got his teammates screaming into his ear in the Discord to kind of slow that one down. The thing is look, he can absolutely back off. I think Felix Pearl is slowing down. I think Felix Pearl is way too close for fuel as well. That gap is now 11.8 seconds to Veerman, so Veerman now really can just let off and just coast.
Yeah, I mean, as we're seeing in the chat though, if they have the fuel to do 2 more here, if Veerman can do 2 more laps, then he might as well carry on, I suppose. If he can do 34 laps, then he can carry on here if he wants to. Leipert is going to come across the line to start the final lap of this race, lap 131. And so, yeah, it's... Veerman might well just carry... If he has done 34... If he can do a 34 lap stint here, that is nothing short of remarkable. Veerman was right on pace with what he's done previously. As Morton is really closing on Felix Pearl here. Time does elapse now. There is Morton. He is going to run out of time. Leipert is on his final lap. Is Dennis Veerman on his final lap? And does it really matter? There you can see the Leipert car in the background. Does this car look like it's going at full pace at the moment? I would suggest maybe not.
Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Because Veerman has got the race leader behind him, so as soon as the race leader passes the line, he can't be passed. So either way, Veerman, as it stands right now, is on for 3rd place.
This is true as well, but he is slowing down here, and he is going to let himself get lapped by Leipert. So Leipert Esports are going to take the win here, and they're going to lap MSC Puma Hockenheim. The Pro and Am winners in this GT3 race are going to cross the line together. These 2 teams have dominated their respective classes for much of the day, and especially in the form of the Am team there, it's a special day as Am team gets on the overall podium here at the 4 Hours of Monza. Through the final corner though for Marcel Leipert, it's going to be Leipert Esports Red's day once again. It's their 4th win in a row here at the 4 Hours of Monza, and they clinch the World Series Endurance Championship in the GT3 Pro with it as well. Just in behind, the GT3 Am winners come over the line as well. MSC Puma Hockenheim still have work to do in terms of winning the title, but they've pulled off a miracle here. They've gotten 3rd place, and with Simon Rahowski and Dennis Veerman at the helm, they have pulled off almost the impossible.
That was absolutely incredible for Veerman and that Puma Hockenheim yellow to take 3rd place overall. They had to really fight hard, dig deep and push to get that, but I mean, all congratulations to Marcel Leipert and Leipert Esports Racing Reds. What a race, what a performance, and if that's the case, congratulations on the championship.
Hearing as well that they have 3.1 litres of fuel remaining at the line as well. Dennis Veerman could have gone on to do 34 laps in that stint. Simon Rahowski pulled off what I thought was impossible by doing a 33. Dennis Veerman could have done 34 laps. And in terms of anybody else on any other team, the longest anyone went was 31 laps. He was going to go 3 laps longer than that. And a remarkable drive from Veerman. It's almost like he was trying to prove me wrong for saying he was not as good at saving fuel as his teammate. And then he went one better. Great race from Veerman. We haven't, of course, spoken about all the other finishers who have all come across the line now. We will, of course, do that in the results here in a few moments' time. But before we leave you for tonight, but 2 championships have been closed out tonight. This one in LMP2, after completing half distance, well, these are the qualifying results actually, but they all just stayed the same. V3 Racing won out ahead of Effect Esports. Ended up finishing overall in 13th and 14th position, but once they reached half distance, they no longer participated. There it is. V3 Racing ahead of Effect Esports. They'll be the point scorers from that one. Celeritas and Effect Power won't score points from that one after not reaching half distance. However, the other 2 will, and V3 Racing, of course, as we spoke about earlier, will be champions of LMP2. In GT3 Pro, Lipa Esports will be champions. They won by over a minute ahead of RD Simsport. Panda 1 got lapped in the end and just held off Brabham. Eclipse Racing Team rounded out the top 5 ahead of Celeritas, who were the final car to finish. Then Orbit Motorsport Mercury, excuse me, who also will be scoring points from that one, rounded up in 7th position with Jack Stiles and Ethan Bass at the wheel of that car. And in GT3 AM, the story of the day, MSC Puma Hockenheim finished a lap ahead of the field in AM, and they managed to finish 3rd overall at the 4 Hours of Monza. 303 Racing once again with a great drive in the AM standings to move up into 2nd in those standings with their first second placing of the season. And they'll be taking this title fight all the way down to Le Mans. SPR Esports locked out much of the rest of the order with 3rd, 4th and 6th, with Satellite Racing rounding up the top 5 in that category. Well, that's just about going to do us here at the 4 Hours of Monza. The story of the day has to be MSC Puma Hockenheim taking it to the end and saving that fuel to get 3rd overall as a GT3 AM car. What a story it's been, and we've crowned 2 champions, of course, as well. Congratulations to V3 Racing in LMP2 and Lipa Esports in GT3 Pro. They can no longer be caught in the World Series Endurance Championship in 2022, but there's still one title fight to settle. We will be back in 4 weeks' time for the 8 Hours of Le Mans, the finale of this championship, so make sure you join us for that, and make sure you join us for the GT3 action, of course, as well, which is coming to you from Donington Park on Wednesday as well, 8:30 UK time for the European Series for that, so make sure you join us for that same place you found this. However, that is going to be it for us here tonight. I've been Neil O'Leary. David Christie has been alongside me. Until we see you next time at the World Series Endurance Championship, it's goodbye for now.